scene. There we go. I just got rid of a scene that... I got rid of a scene that had Discord capture on it so that I could capture Toadie's face. Okay. Back to SKULLPONDERS, friends. ICP is just a collective of individuals that really value their fans. You know? It's a cult, is what a juggalo is. They're like Catholics, but with more clown paint. I'm not gonna lie, ICP has a couple decent bangers from back in the day. That being said, Shaggy 2 Dope is the best member. He's got the best, the best raps. However, I will never go see them live. No interest in taking part of anything they have to do is with their community or live shows. But they've written some songs that have made me go, yeah, this bangs. I'm good with this. I can listen to this. Although recently the two things I've been listening to most are A Place to Bury Strangers, because they just put out a new song, which is actually really fucking good. And Kneecap. I've never seen any of them. I think they sound like they have funny names. That's all I know, really. I know the words Big Money Hustlers and Big Money Rustlers. I know those two words. That is the entirety of my knowledge of those films. We just had some dwarves die because a demon arrived. My Marks dwarves were able to execute it, though. In that series of deaths, we did lose a few dwarves, including Warthog, who killed a Warthog demon, one of my Marks dwarves, who was an elite Marks dwarf, which is a damn shame. But it was a necessary evil because we are trying to dig out this so that I can drain this, so that I can drain that siege that is currently a threat to our existence. Currently in the fortress, we have Hippo, we have Laya, we have Ice Blue, we have Cricket, we've got Lazy Man, Shogun, Jeff, we've still got Killed with Style, who's still chained up on the roof, we've got Gut Vial, and Love Monkey, as well as Wolf, and Triple A, and Merlin Buff, and Serena G, Dr. House, Phazon, and Phantom, as well as Cilantro, Arcloid, and Wood Eye, who killed a Forgotten Beast with a wooden bolt. We've got Neezer, and Crossbow Iron, as well as Bastet, Wormshot, and Arx and Dumb, and Badger Demon, who killed a Badger Demon. We've got Storm Pup down here at the bottom, and Drew. And I'm going to enable dwarf naming. And I do have to say a real quick thank you to those of you who are sticking around post-interview. It means a lot. It's good to have all of you. So who needs a tour or like a recap or like an update as to where we at? Is the question. New you, new dreams? Darius Cardin, what would new me like to be for Darius? And YouTube chat. The first person to put a pickaxe emoji into the YouTube chat gets a dwarf. I'm going to run through here and claim all of this up to here. And just double check and make sure that no burrows are on. No burrows are on. You would like to be a Marks dwarf. I'll find you a happy one. How about Cog? Although you are just a novice. Let's see if I can find a higher skill one who isn't unhappy. Or skilled Marks dwarf. Darius. Darius created Kenobot and always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, tends to hang on to grievances, and doesn't often feel discouraged. He's quick to form negative views about things, is slow to trust others, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He is troubled by this because he holds romance in low regard. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and can sometimes act without deliberation. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he is quite polite, and does not often feel lustful, and can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Makart's attack. What would you like? Have we breached hell yet? No, but we've killed many a demon. It turns out these are very, very, very tall, adamantine tubes. So we've got quite a few layers we have to break through first. Personally, holds well laid out plans and shrewd deceptions in the highest regard, and finds the abstract idea of romance, even the abstract idea of romance, repellent. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, values tranquility and quiet, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes gold, onyx, and deer tooth, the color moss green, bracelets, donkeys, and when possible prefers to consume black mamba and bilberry wine, and white millet and pineapples, and absolutely hates flies. Do you have any mythic weapons? Mythic? If you mean artifacts, we've got several. If you mean like those magic weapons, no, there are none of those in this fort. You have a wife named Besmer. I wonder how she feels about your lack of romance. You know, you're pretty well armed, pretty well kitted out for a dwarf. So something else I need to check. This is the surface, which goes all the way up to here. The surface of the fort has had many problems in the past few streams. As an example, I had to lock down the entire hospital and isolate it and put in fortifications and then shoot a bunch of were creatures inside of it because we had a pretty bad were lizard breakout. Thankfully, that has since been culled. And as you can tell by all of the coffins, things have been going just great for everybody, and nobody is depressed, sad, and definitely nobody has lost any important loved ones recently. By that I mean a lot have. Any dwarves skilled in deception and or negotiating. I'm not going to look for specific skills because that is just way more legwork than I'm willing to do. So would you like a specific job like crafting or metalworking, and would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? I'm not going to go looking for specific skills like deception because that's just too much searching on my end. I try and keep these a little bit more broad. If there's a particular task that's available that you'd like, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to try and keep things a little bit easier on my end. The only thing I've ever seen when it comes to ghosts is they do remember past things. So they'll like remember their past memories, but yeah, they can't like, I haven't seen them get depressed in hindsight or anything after they're dead. Like once they're dead, they're just kind of dead. Tripod Q says, what do you like most about the game? You're trying to get into it, but you don't know if you have the time. Chat, what do you like most about this game? What do you like most about Dwarf Fortress? I like its ability to surprise me. And its way to expand in surprising ways. Because I've played a lot of games for a lot of years, and Dwarf Fortress is the first game I've ever played that has consistently impressed and surprised me with things I haven't seen before after thousands and thousands of hours of play. No beard metalsmith, gotcha. We'll go with that. Let's go with somebody who isn't like pissed off either. Oopsies, clicked on the wrong one. Just looking at moods here. How about this one? This one's happy. Oopsies. You, right there. Besmer. Makart's attack is married to Rakust, merged mine, aka Darius. What are the odds of that? She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. So your husband hates romance and you're prone to hatreds. Gotcha. They seem like a great couple. She does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings. Maybe they're made for each other. It's like a marriage out of practicality. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Is slow to trust others, and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She's curious and eager to learn, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she scratches her head when she's thinking. When she gets bored, she starts talking to inanimate objects, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values a harmonious existence, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. She likes malachite and billin bucklers and earrings and buckets and giant gray squirrels for their tails, and the words of this silken watchful amethyst, and when possible prefers to consume cheese, dwarven cheese, and whip wine, as well as hates leeches. She worships Cattle, who is the god of gems and minerals, and we've already met your husband. So there is a siege on the map. They're quite far away. They did kill a bronze colossus moments ago, and now we've got this. What's dwarven cheese? It's cheese made out of milk from a purring maggot. It's called dwarven cheese because they're the only ones who are able to make it. Also, for those of you who are wondering about contaminants on walls, if I hover my mouse over, like, a wall tile that would have a bunch of contaminants on it, you'll see what I mean. Like, actually, if I go to maybe... Not seeing many. Like right here. This wall right here, this splattering of cave crocodile blood. I mean, obviously there's blood right there, right? From the large rats and the cave crocodiles. Like, this wall could be splattered with blood. And I feel like that could be represented with just, like, some red streaks. You know? Like, it wouldn't... I don't feel like it would be that much. That you'd need to, like, represent there being blood on this wall. It would just give it a little bit more depth, you know? Them making fancy rooms out of stones and woods they like. I like doing that until I don't. I like doing that until like a third of my population dies, and then I realize that I have to go back and redo it all. Or give everybody new bedrooms. Like I've never managed to keep that up long term. Like I've tried to do that in multiple forts and then just never succeeded in actually pulling it off in the long term. But let's just go back to channeling or digging out this. Because this currently is the biggest project that needs to be completed. This and this is the biggest project. I also need some more miners because my miners keep dying. Which is a bit of a pain. Much to my dismay. And also, I'm sure we have several tomb tasks, which is in fact getting done. Got to make it their tomb and seal off the room. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, you know, maybe pre-make the tombs in the room and then unmake the room when the dwarves die. Something like that. I don't know. Sounds like a very specific theme to me. Dwarves do clean walls the exact same way they clean floors. Yes. Is this a long death too? Not really. I mean... Long Death's goal was to last for 1,000 years. This fort has been running for 21 years, so it hasn't actually been running that long. YouTube chat just asked, what's the goal of this fort? Is also any chance of a Long Death 2? I have almost zero chance of a Long Death 2. I would actually say that this fort's already been going on too long. Simply put, people lose interest in watching my stream if I run a fort for longer than 2 months. And I'm at that point now. A lot less people are tuning in to this fort versus like the fort that goes for about 10 streams. This fort's been going... since May. And we're kind of getting to the point where that's running a little bit too long because I think newer players just get overwhelmed when they see, you know, I think newer players just get overwhelmed when they see end game fortresses or later game fortresses, and I think that freaks people out. So, not to say that it's like a bad thing necessarily, but people do tune out, and at the end of the day, I am motivated to pay my bills. And in order to pay my bills, I do, fortunately or unfortunately, need to have people tuning in. So there is very little chance I will ever do a fort as dense and long as Long Death again. That being said, I'm not against long forts, just not that big. Sure. I mean, maybe it's harder to do that. Dig Dugo. Yeah, no. So I'm okay with doing the occasional longer fortress. Right now we're like it's summertime, which is the slower season for my streams anyway. So it's not that big of a deal for me to take a bit of a break, but how many layers above the circus? I don't know exactly. So the main area that I'm digging is right here. This is the main adamantine spire that I'm digging. We're in layer minus 56. And I know that we've seen adamantine, but it's like further down. I think we're probably around 10 levels above it. Yeah, it's right there. So it's at 65. 11 layers, basically. But right now, I need better defenses. The main thing that slowed us up is I keep dying to sieges because the sieges are right now a little bit too strong for my soldiers to feasibly fend off. So I'm basically trying to build a little series of pumps that can flood the access to my fortress and kill things more efficiently so I don't need to worry about them as much. Here's the thing. I'm motivated to pay my bills and also not do a disservice to the community that I've built, you know? And having denied and turned down many offers from online casinos in the past, there is a 0 chance I will ever take any of their offers. So I presume you're saying that as a meme, but I've denied more money than I've ever earned from online casinos. Because nothing is worth having to stream like 40 hours of gambling a month. My streams give you hope that you can figure this game out. I've got tutorials. I mean, asking for help is the best way to learn how to play this game. I used to describe the Dwarf Fortress community, and I still do kind of feel about it this way. Sort of as like the anti-gatekeepers, where we're sort of like the inverse of gatekeepers. And an example of that is like, if you express interest in Dwarf Fortress in the right place, you will just get inundated with offers to assist you and learn how to play the game. So, Necro Navit, thank you very much for gifting out a subscription. I appreciate you. I appreciate you greatly. Means a lot. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. A very lively discussion. I mean, you know my opinions, right? Pig my dear. Telenartho, how goes book sales? How was stream? Chat, if you guys don't know Telenartho, he streams writing as well as dwarfy things. So you should go give Telenartho a follow. Mods, can I get a shout out for Telenartho, please? Unless there are no mods here, in which case I'll do it in a sec. We are gate openers? Yeah! Except for the goblins. We lock the gates when the goblins arrive. Woohoo! Books and stuff, yeah! Books and stuff. Open the gates slightly. Yeah, just enough to give them a sense of hope so that we can then make fun of them when we stab their faces. I hope this dwarf goes and does management stuff soon. Do you not have a... Oh. Wait, no. Hey, you have an office. The heck is up with you? Maybe you did it stealthily and I didn't see it. Oh, they did it stealthily and I didn't see it. Okay. Well, I will wait. Not a lot of writing today, just a few hours indoors and no migrants, no traders, and you notice that your home save offers treachery. Do you know how to fix that in DF Hack, or do you want to know? Because that is kind of an unfixable, unwinnable situation. Unless you want to go to war with your own faction, which can be kind of fun as a challenge, but there is a command there to fix that. Terror and Vengeance, yeah. They export Terror and Vengeance. Or maybe they import Vengeance and export Terror. I can't remember exactly what the wording is. Don't plan to use it. That is a bug. Just know that. That's not supposed to happen. So that is one of those rare instances where I would fix it. But yeah, I mean, I'm always curious though how civil wars start, because usually it's like you accidentally invaded a thing at the same time as your own faction. You cannot technically fight your own faction. Some things can happen where you end up fighting your own faction, like what's happened to Telenartho, but it's not really supposed to be possible. You just basically bork your fort. You can't really progress at any point. You stop getting migrants, you stop getting all traders, and eventually you wither and die. Unless you're, like, extremely resourceful. Having a good time on the current map? You have added to Steam, but you have yet to install it. You don't think that you need it? I mean, you can also just disable it, like swap it to a different branch and then just ignore it. You'll just get a pop-up whenever you turn on Dwarf Fort and then tab into it. But like, the command is literally fix Civil War, because it is a bug. Or rather, bug is the wrong word. An unintended outcome. It's maybe a better word to use. Now that we're through the ads, I'm just going to go place some more coffins. So my dwarves can have a sneezing fit, as they do. But also, there is something to be said for just saying fuck it and fighting back against it. I've definitely done that before. Did you see my DM, by the way, Shadow? I sent you a DM about your question. And Billy Sanford in the YouTube channel. Hello. Good to see you. Been a vanilla purist until you wanted a Minotaur in armor fighting for your fort and he sucked. I mean, yeah. They're not exactly the most talented combat individuals. But the previous fort in the same civ suddenly had a king. Usually what happens is when somebody gets killed. Like, the last time I had one start was because I invaded a location. And a bunch of members of my faction happened to invade that location at the same time. And my squad killed that entire squad. And we were blamed for it. And then immediately we were at war. I mean, Vivian in the YouTube chat telling me to sell my soul. If this is about like me and funding stuff, I will just say this. I would rather wither into obscurity and like have to go get a real job again than sell you guys to gambling companies or sell you guys in general. So I'm doing okay, but it is summertime. So do think about me if you have a Prime sub. Right, I forgot about that. There's also a forgotten beast that breathes fire. Which is down here, currently, and named Cave Crawl, which is very far away from everything, and is currently locked down there. The problem is I don't think it's really... I doubt, rather, it's going to path out. I can try, though. But I doubt. Not saying I'd leave, but I'd leave if you started hawking gambling sites. There is a world where I start taking sponsorships again, but it's a world where I'm extremely desperate, and it'll never be for gambling sites. I feel sick seeing that on TVs. Like, it makes me feel ill. So, yeah, no, that ain't happening. Ever. Period. I don't think that's a thing that exists, but I would chuckle if it was. Bonesaw. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Quoger? Keeping that sub alive for 10 months. You'd buy one? I mean, sure, but I'm not going to pay the bills with that. Did the game run very slowly since last update? Does it run slowly for you since the last update? I don't kill coyotes? I mean, this fortress runs slowly, but that's because this fortress is giant. Not really because of the last update in particular. You already put us on collateral? No, I didn't. What? Excuse me? What is this slander? Yeah, it's the reason I don't watch sports. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy imagining that. I would rather people just subscribe for $5 a month. Ping, my dear. I would like to change the subject because this doesn't really do anything. At the end of the day, I like being crowdfunded because I'm comfortable being crowdfunded. I'm not comfortable being financially funded by big companies that might decide to pull funding randomly. I would rather make less money and survive this way. If you think this is hysterics, keep it to yourself because it makes me feel a little gross. That's all. That's all. If you'd like to help fund the channel, do that. If you don't do that. And let's talk about dwarves. Thieving creatures? Sure, yeah. They're considered hostile, so yes. Are you alive? No. I'm pretty sure you're not. No, you are not. You've been dead for a while. And is going slowly if you have 200 dwarves. It's going slowly like if you had 200 dwarves, but you've only done 15. I have a question. I don't kill coyotes. Could you either go back to an old fort or start a new fort? Because I would like to know if it's that fort in particular, or if it's... Like, I want to know if it's affecting other forts. But if it is affecting all forts, you might want to send your system specs and that save file in as a bug fix. Small question, when you start a new fort, do you usually make all work orders manually? I do them all manually. I don't import anything via DFHack. I basically use DFHack for nothing except for checking for bugs and occasionally like tweaking things or making stuff run faster because I'm on a live stream and I don't have 35 minutes to sit here and wait for a fire to burn out so that the frame rate comes back from 0. Stuff like that. I don't really use any of its scripts for anything, and I don't really use any of its assists for anything. I also don't use its overlays for anything. I never really found them to be necessary, so it's just a taste thing. Some people don't like the fiddliness, I find myself doing things differently in almost every fort, and I kind of enjoy that portion of it. I don't think it should be like a vilifying thing where it's like a us versus them. We use it and we don't, so we're better. I feel like there's been points in the past where I've maybe gotten a little bit elitist about it, but like, I just don't recommend new people use it. If you find it useful, then use it. Otherwise, don't use it. Uh-oh. Did I torch Dwarf? I must have. Oops. I mean, that makes a degree of sense as to why that happened, but oh boy. Shit. Because that right there got kerplunked. We'll just have to put a brick right there. And also right here, I gotta plunk a floor piece down there. Right here is where I need to block. Because you love making your computer cry. I think you love making obsidian. You love stress testing obsidian, right? Was fun to listen to? Well, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Started a new fort near... already created 2 forts in 2 different worlds completely new. You deleted one because of this issue. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my frame rates largely seem to have been about the same as before, so I don't know. I haven't encountered the same exact issue that you're having. At least nothing that's noticeable, but hey chat, has anybody else noticed differences in frame rate from the last update to this version? Because that seems pretty intense. If it's like the difference between like 15 dwarves and 200 dwarves. Right, yeah, it's all capitalized. You're on a potato, no differences here. Your frame rate has been fine. Also watching Smetro fine with 300 dwarves, chugging along fine. Yeah, I would take your specs, Coyotes, and like the save file and describe the problem and chuck it on the KitFox Discord. Let Putnam have a look at it. That's what I would say. Because if anybody's gonna find you a solution, it's that. I'm gonna go top off my water and my coffee. Actually, just my water. I will be right back. The only times you've had issues are in things like fancy gems where in a bit of lava creating smoke. Yeah, that's just smoke. Steam, interesting. With cave creatures and battles, etc. But yeah, that's temporary stuff. You know, it's okay. So Coyotes in YouTube chat says that their PC is mid. They've got a Ryzen 7 and 16 gigabytes of RAM. Can I just say it's ridiculous that we're in a world now where a Ryzen 7 with 16 gigs of RAM is mid? Like, that's more than sufficient for Dwarf. Yeah, I don't know. That's a bit stumping to me. It's a bit stumping to me. I don't know. I don't know. Because unless, like, I've seen the same thing, then I especially wouldn't have an idea. I mean, there's been, like, the hitching in this map, but that's not uncommon for forts of the size and scale of this one. Yeah, and if that was version 47, Richie, you'd be running at 20 FPS. 4 gig PC with 1 gigahertz that runs a fort just fine. I mean, that sounds like an old laptop is what that sounds like. Or yeah, an intentional retro box, but yeah, I don't know. This is beyond me. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, most people are probably playing on 51.13 unless they have intentionally stayed behind for some reason. I would try so I don't kill coyotes. I would try enabling and disabling multi-threading. And then for simulation speed, there is an FPS setting. There's also a hotkey for FPS. Maybe you accidentally turned down your FPS. You could show frames per second, and the default is 100 for FPS. I have mine set to 55. So mine will, at peak, it'll cap at 55 just because while I like 80 to 100 FPS, it gets a little fast and hard for people on phones, especially to follow. So I keep it a little bit lower, but that's your default FPS right there. So maybe you've like tripped the hotkey perhaps and slowed down your frame rate. Maybe? Especially like if you trip that setting while playing in a big fort and then jump to a smaller fort and you're like, why frame rate no go above 15? No, it works. I mean, see? You put a chest in your, what's it called? You put a chest in your barracks and then you click on this little plus symbol, or not the plus symbol. You click on this little symbol and then you have to tell them to put their ammo in there with this screen. So you have to select this. It's not an everlasting bug. They'll also put equipment there, but they'll remove it if there's a stockpile that fits that equipment. So chat, guess what? We fixed the bug that I Don't Kill Coyotes was having. They'd set their FPS down. There is a hotkey combination to like change it on the fly. Maybe you like hit that. I don't actually remember. I can never remember what it is because I don't use it, but there is a hotkey combination to like increase and decrease your frame rate. Thanks for being around to be gifted a sub, Pulf. Appreciate you, man. Well, I mean, it's Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of speeding up and slowing down time, right? So, yeah, it's kind of silly, but it's also not that silly when you realize that detail, I guess. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack, and thanks for helping keep the channel funded. We're still pretty far off of the daily minimum, so I appreciate that. I'm glad we sorted that out, though, Coyotes. That's funny. Fights at 100 FPS are crazy. True, fact. I mean, like, you know, if you're trying to clear time and the fortress is still small, like, you know, bump the FPS up to 150 and then just, like, clear a season or two while the dwarves are just digging out a big square and then slow speed back down for when things get more intricate. Like, it makes some sense. What are the benefits of running at a lower FPS? It's easier to follow what the fuck's going on. That's basically it. Well, not quite everyone. If everyone gets subs, there's plenty of people that don't have subs yet. I'm just saying. Unless this is Subway, in which case I'll take a cold cut combo with flatbread. If they don't have that, then I'll take Italian herbs and cheese. For veggies, I like the works, extra olives, and some garlic aioli. Yeah. Salt and pepper, please. Thank you. Don't eat at Subway, it's kind of gross. But that is my order at Subway. Subway cookies are like my favorite. Oh shit, I'm going on a hike today and forgot to pack a lunch. Like, I need snacks for a easy hike. Subway cookies are my favorite. I do miss when Twitch had a sale that was sponsored by Subway. It was a Twitch subscription sale and it was sponsored by Subway. It was maybe one of the greatest sales just in general. It was funny to see constantly. It's like, brought to you by Subway. Dumb as hell, but it kind of worked. Yeah, to save the low blood sugar in a pinch, Subway cookies are pretty good. Although any cookies are for that. Considering I asked what's your favorite cookie, macadamia nut, white chocolate chip. But if I'm making it, oatmeal, because then I can eat it fresh. Oatmeal cookies, like a crispy small oatmeal cookie, is my favorite thing in the world. Just no bells or whistles, just small, crispy oatmeal cookie. Doesn't need to be anything fancy. You unabashedly kind of like Subway subs? I mean, I kind of like Subway. Subway is like the shitty fast food that I do kind of like. I know for a lot of people it's Taco Bell. There is a certain level of drunk that I get sometimes, which I haven't been in a really long time, thankfully, where I will almost always go by Subway and then wake up the next morning and there's Subway in the fridge and then eat it and then immediately go back to bed. It's like, it's a pretty solid hangover cure, but... How you doing, Bobtron? It's good to see you. Also, Rogue Systems. Are you aware that your username is one letter away from the name of a video game that I bought once that never got finished? Like, it's straight up abandoned. Rogue System. It's like a space sim where you fly a ship around. The dev never did finish it. It's a shame. Another thing that I have, like, maybe more nostalgia for than I should are taquitos from 7-Eleven. They're no good. They're awful. But I kind of like them. Taquitos. They're like they're like the mini tacos, but rolled up. And, like, fried. It's kind of like in the shape of a hot dog. They're awful. It's a taco egg roll. Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't give it that much credit, but yeah, it's an egg roll-like substance. egg roll-ish. So if I dig into that, that's just gonna let the baddies in. Oi. And then you dig through here. You know what's pretty good in an air fryer? Tofu. Tossed in like some spices. Like actually kind of a thumbs up, A+. No irony there. Just like a nice crispy tofu is very good. Anyway, now that everybody's kind of hungry. Starbase? Wait, Starbase was that game by the people who made... What? That was the people who made Trine, right? That's the game that you're talking about? I was unaware that that game was dead, so... I'll be honest with you, I recall a trailer for that. Did it fail to complete development or something? I genuinely have no idea. I'm gonna unpause some rock blocks here. Starch breading and soy sauce is god tier. I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, it would sound good. I've been eating a lot of eating a lot of tofu recently. I've been eating a lot of mustard teriyaki. Like I have this like teriyaki sauce that I've been watering down with mustard. And then like spicy chunky mustard and then baking tofu and putting it on rice. I've had that the last couple days because I made a bunch of it. It's pretty good. Edamame is pretty good too. Yeah. Chat, we went from Subway to me making a joke about Subway to talking about vegan cooking. How did we get here? I don't mind. Like, this is great. But, like, how did we get here? Let's go up to here, and then up here I can go kerplunk right there. I just need these to clear. Something we all have in common. That's fair. That's true. That's true. The information of the timeline here, there may no longer be up to date. Well, okay. That's unfortunate. I would say I'm clearly not a true believer because I never played it in the first place. So, although, yeah, I don't know. Early access is such a weird thing. Truly. It's a shame though. I mean, like the pitch for that game looked neat. I don't kill coyotes in YouTube chat says, I think I fumbled while digging through an aquifer. The deepest stairs are 6 levels under. Oh, well, I mean, time to dig around them. Reminds me of other space game with ships that devs never finished. There's a lot of games that never finished because it turns out running out of money is a pretty good way. Extinction mechanics aside, while raising and destroying half the goblin settlements. You know, if you go to war with the goblin faction long enough, eventually they'll start running out of soldiers and just send recruits, which I've had happen a number of times. So I guess the answer is kind of yes. Someone asked about taking over goblins and making rage stop. Like, eventually they'll just straight up start sending bards with books equipped. Early access games is a hard pass 97% of the time. I don't disagree with that statement, but at the same time, it depends on the developer. As an example, like, I'm going to buy Jupiter Hell Classic immediately because, yeah, it's going to be launching into early access. But while it may be launching into early access, it's also a follow-up to a game that had one of the smoothest early accesses that I've ever seen against all odds. Like, there was no logical reason for that game to succeed in early access because they basically had no money. But they made it, and it was an incredibly satisfying, consistent early access period. And that game is starting with the basis of Doom the Roguelike, so that game's going to already have, like, a full game's worth of content in it. I think it highly depends on what the early access game is and what it's trying to become. If it's a developer that has a track record that I trust, I'm much more willing to buy into an early access game than if it's a, you know, somebody I've never heard of before. Which, you know, that can be fraught as well, which makes sense. I mean, there's been plenty of developers with track records in the past who have betrayed all trust and lost the respect of the community that they're working with, but generally, it depends, is how I tend to think about it. Let's just do that. There's a bunch of dwarves that just fell asleep. I think I've got this problem with beds being too far away. I mean, I spent like 3 days building a circular ramp through a light aquifer out of glass into my fortress from the surface in my previous fortress rogue system. So, been there. Yeah, you can do it though. Where goblins didn't take over? Yes. Usually it's because they're isolated to their own weird island. With a hole in the center with a waterfall going into the cavern? That sounds very dangerous. I mean, you just gotta start at the top and dig the whole thing out and construct inside of it, right? It's the only way to really do it. Got a dwarf that has claimed a magma forge. They've grabbed gold. Yeah, no, absolutely. It certainly takes a while. Kerbal Space Program 2 destroyed all the trust. I mean, that can be single-handedly placed on the publisher, though. Did I ever? Yes, I did. Maybe I should actually put another lever. I should put the lever up here, not down there. I should bite the bullet. I haven't touched Timberborn since it first released, but I've heard through the grapevine that they fixed the biggest problem I had with that game, which was just the dubstep sounds. The fuck caused that? I mean, it's going to stop itself in a second when... Bastet's on fire. Did they pull the lever? Oh, did I re-engage it? I thought I disengaged this. Oh, Jesus. Well, that was a royal fuck-up. Pull the lever, Dwarf. And a Forgotten Beast has arrived. Which is a towering python with lidless eyes. It has large mandibles, and it appears to be emaciated. Its eyes glow spring green. Beware its hunger for warm blood. Where is it? Okay, so it's on the layer where it shouldn't be able to get to me. But maybe it can. I've got bigger problems right now. Not good. Yeah, it's like lava where it's not supposed to be. Well, that's awkward. That is awkward. Very awkward. So's that. Or that's about to be awkward. Well, I mean, it's effective. That's annoying. But now, at the very least, this is gonna start, well, not start draining. It'll start draining when all of these have filled up. If they all burn. I'm not sure they will, though. All right, well, crap. What's a... Ugh. This is gonna take forever. Have you heard about our savior, Lava? I mean, I would lava to not talk about your religion, thanks. I'm just trying to think, like, what my options are here. How quickly is that moving? Pretty quick. This seems a little sketchy. A little bit sketchy. Days since an accident, 0. Correct. Absolutely factual. Cavalry is coming. I mean... The lava-ry is coming. Yeah, no, this ain't happening. Yeah, I know. It's just gonna flow down into there. I'm just gonna forbid everything in here so that they don't try and grab stuff. I don't really know what to do at the moment, aside from, well, the idea is this should drain this eventually, but, like, this is kind of fucking up my plans here. This is kind of fucking up my plans. Truly. And I'm just kind of looking at this going, like, how can I speed this process up a bit? All right, well, you know, I've had a bunch of dwarves die. A bunch of bad things have happened. I'm just gonna go work on the underground area because eventually, like, this siege will leave. And I'll deal with it when I get to it, I guess. Because I've got stuff down below that I can be working on that is not much safer, but safer than that. And that's probably wise at this precise moment. So that's what I'm gonna go do. I'm just gonna go down into the lower levels, and we're just gonna dig away at the thing that I should be digging away at, and not the thing that is a bit irrelevant. You know? It's kind of the plan. Kind of the plan. Is that somebody or something on fire? Yes. We've lost quite a few dwarves in the last couple of minutes. This is getting out of magnitude? You know, I think what you should really be saying is that this fort is an order of magnitude too much even for me. I don't know how something could be getting out of magnitude. I mean, we're well within the realms of magnitude, if anything. So, yeah. You were thinking about an idea for a mod that lets migrants appear via the caverns. I feel like, you know, Daholo. One, you're kind of talking about deep cavern embarks, which are a DF hack script already. I feel like if that was something that was possible to be modded into the game in its current state, that would have been done already. Migrants via caverns. But I don't think that's possible in the current game. Maybe in the future, but not right now. Can you dig and spread it? Probably. I'm just going to ignore it, though. I'm just going to kind of hope that the enemy siege just leaves. Honestly, that is my current plan. Also, I'm gonna say this out loud because this is a safe space where I can speak my mind, I think. Is anybody else like very tempted to just like make analogies to very current internet drama events when it comes to game developers? When you hear Tarn Adams talking, especially about like needing to be able to understand code later down the line. Yeah, I mean, the VODs are there. How did it go? I think it went very well. Chat, how do you guys think it went? We haven't actually talked about that much, because I just kind of presume not everybody's seen it yet, but what do you guys think? I think that was one of the better ones. I think I'm getting better at this slowly. Practice. Slow practice. Slow and steady practice. Very good. I'll take it. It's a hell of a review. But yeah, I think there was new information, interesting information, and some fun questions as well. Yeah, I was just a little perplexed by the dyes thing, and then you can tell that it's something Tarn's really passionate about really quickly when like he talks about it in way more depth than you ever expect him to. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. I don't know. Dyes are kind of a mechanic I ignore generally, which doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I don't do much with them. So I'm curious to see how he ends up bringing that into the game, because that's gonna be interesting to witness. I'm gonna put a little dining room here and a little spot to sleep right there. I mean, there already is dyes in the game. It's just this is an order of magnitude more complicated than they've been historically, so it's going to be interesting to see what they turn into. Let's see, is all of this... This is one I need to check. Oopsies. Not that back wall. Stop that. Don't do that. That's bad. Just channel down all these, go across here, go over to here, fill out all that. Channel in this, and that. That's an obsidian wall right there, so I'm gonna channel out that. There are no options for missing work orders, and I don't mean that you need to use linked stockpiles, but you can't automate certain processing tasks without a query. No, you're correct. I mean, I kind of wanted to dig into that, but time is limited. Something that I've kind of adopted, which I've actually gotten criticism on my past interviews for this, is Tarn is more aware than most of us about the issues with the game, except for when he's very much not, like vampires being blue for like a year. And when it comes to things like automation in the game and like UI usability, as I understand it, he's often more aware of the issues than we are and the reasons behind the issues. I would like to think if he's greatly complicating a system like this, there's a plan for that, but... Yeah, I mean, with a game that's perpetually expanding, there's perpetually going to be ways that you could improve them, you know? I mean, the main thing that I see is I'm more excited about dyes as like a adventure mode thing, because like... Oh, there we go. The weaponsmith has begun a mysterious construction. I'm really curious about that as a adventure mode thing, because there's something to be said for like, you know, fortress mode dyes, but it's not the most rewarding system to mess with. However, dyes are like a staple of international trade. Like, that is historically an incredibly important thing. And I love the idea of playing as a merchant in adventure mode. I always have. So, I don't know. I'd like to see that be a thing. But yeah, no, absolutely. I completely agree. I mean, I haven't engaged with it really because there's not a lot of variety to it, problem number one, and it's kind of tedious, problem number two. And there's other ways to increase the value of clothing. Did you find a spider? I don't kill coyotes. What bug do you think you found? Did I ever try SS14? I'm not super big on SS13, so why would I play SS14? Like, I've always had a vague, distant interest, but that community has been openly hostile to streaming as long as I've interacted with it, so... As a streamer, it's not the most welcoming space. Yeah, and it being a better engine than SS13 doesn't make it more appealing to me, really. Dye already kind of has the aspect with black dye being found in evil lands, etc. No, totally. It would be really cool if like that was a, like if, I don't know, maybe trade just needs to be hardened and made more difficult. Rith, the weaponsmith, has created Istam Durad, a gold crossbow, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. I'm also going to swap out Phantom for a different dwarf. Because Phantom is like super stressed all the fucking time and terrible at their job because of it. I realize I'm just kind of throwing random dwarves in, but I need a lot of dwarves for the meat grinder, so it is the way. But this is a gold crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval rye-like cabochons, tapered cut bagek, faint yellow diamonds, and encircled with bands of gold. And this object menaces with spikes of rose quartz and sheep's wool and forgotten beast bone. Not the most exciting, but beautiful. Istam Durad. I mean, I'll also say that tends to be why I don't mess with milk all that much, Zakaluka. Like, I'm totally... Like, I don't know how popular of a take this is, but I personally feel that it is more important for adventure mode to have more complex crafting rituals, which is funny because it has virtually no crafting in it whatsoever right now. And for fortress mode to have a little bit more simplified, because fortress mode is such a sprawling big thing. It's very difficult. Like, the game can get unwieldy, right? Like, I think we all know this. Like, if you play this game, we're all maybe more aware than most that this game can be very unwieldy, and it can kind of just be a lot at times. And I think that overly complicating crafting routines for fortress mode doesn't necessarily make fortress mode better for me. I mean, there's always people who are like, man, this game should have tech trees and whatnot and progression. I don't necessarily think that. But I don't think that adding more stress on a pretty... I think the game needs bigger, different overhauls before it needs more complicated, like, crafting. And so that's, I guess, where my concerns would come in. From a system with more developed dyes and stuff like that. Like, on one hand, very interesting. I'm curious to see what comes out of it. On the other hand, there's a lot of stress on the crafting in Dwarf Fort already, because dwarves, well, quite literally get stressed. Sounds like Tarn is thinking about expanding adventure mode, though. I mean, he's all the modes are ready and ripe for expansion. Adventure mode roadmap has always been really interesting. Yeah, I think the biggest problem that adventure mode has is the fact that it's a turn-based roguelike. There's just a portion of the audience that will never play it, regardless of how much it's improved. And because that's a pretty large portion of the audience, there's, I think, always elements of it that are just going to take the back burner, or are going to be on the back burner perpetually forever, and there's like almost nothing we can do about it. Just because it is inherently a style of game that a lot of people just don't like. For massive numbers of reasons. And I will state that I do think that kind of sucks, and that makes me sad, but it is what it is. And I think Tarn realizes this. So like the biggest battle that adventure mode has is itself. You want to be able to live as a simple farmer in adventure mode. That I think is also kind of a funny development disconnect because, you know, the way Tarn's described it in the past and traditionally is like adventure mode is kind of just a murder hobo mercenary simulator because combat is what was popular in like D&D and stuff. Whereas like people who play video games have become a lot more Stardew Valley wholesome gamers in more recent times. Which I think is a little bit at odds with the original envisioned importance of certain portions of adventure mode. But I think that has been made clear to Zach and Tarn, so. Cats have always been legendary climbers, what? If you build a surface from that is touching a boulder, you cannot collect any seeds to plant. If you build a surface level farm that is touching a boulder, no, if you build a surface level farm in an area that can't be planted on, nothing can be planted. If it's one tile under shade, underneath an overhang, only underground stuff can be planted. So I don't think you've hit a bug. Is there something above it? Is it on a mountain biome where nothing can be planted? There's lots of situations that cause the surface to be unplantable. That are intended and not bugs. They're more limitations. Yeah, but you've already made it farther into adventure mode, Audra, than a lot of people, right? Audra says, I'd like to enjoy adventure mode. I have no idea then. Kill coyotes. It's probably just a changing biome if it's next to a rock. Anyway, Audra in YouTube chat says, I'd like to enjoy adventure mode, but looking for the one ramp that goes into a lair really bugs me. Yeah, well, if you can say that, then you've played like 100% more adventure mode than many members of my chat. Like, you know, I've had many people say, I don't like turn-based games and will never play that. Doesn't matter like what the actual status or playability of the mode is, they just won't play it. And I see that a lot. So you've already played like 100 times more adventure mode than some people are willing to. Just because you can say that like you don't like how a mechanic is built. And yeah, no, I completely agree with that. I've definitely got my problems with plenty of mechanics in adventure mode, but like if you can say that, you've already made it further. You will just eventually switch to Fort. I mean, and then you will eventually switch back, right? At least that's kind of how the game's been built. So it's a user issue on your part? I mean, it's just like that too, right? I mean, I recommend that when you're in between forts, play some adventure mode. But, you know, at least be open to trying it at some point. Because it is a very different game. But holy shit, at least in my case, it makes me appreciate the game a lot more. Well, then I guess you can't play Dwarf Fortress then, Coded. Or Codemon. Codemon! They said Dwarf Fortress is unplayable without pearls because pearl is referenced as a color and a bunch of other things, but pearls don't exist. Well, I guess you can't play Dwarf Fortress then. Just gotta wait longer. One of your first tries at adventure mode, you built a log house outside of a village, and you tried being a regular villager, and you kept being ambushed at night naked. Well, I mean, that won't happen anymore. You also hunted elephants, which were abundant there, and became a legendary bone carver and making statuettes to my deity, and eventually you noticed you were soaking wet all the time because of your tears. Probably because you were really sad. Like, the emotions of adventurers is such a weird, interesting mechanic. Like, if you don't RP the emotions of your adventurer gets depressed. Which is, like, kind of grim, but also, I don't know, I kind of love it. Like, if Fortress mode is you're playing D&D with a fortress full of dwarves, adventure mode is kind of you are playing D&D with your adventurer. I think that's the problem, though. Like, being a non-violent adventurer is kind of a non-thing in Dwarf Fortress currently, which I think is or in adventure mode currently, outside of maybe being a poet, sort of. Which I think is a damn shame, because I think the non-violent options as an adventurer are infinitely more interesting than violent ones. And the game's just not built for that. It's not really a fusion of modes, it's cabin building, right? Which is an old feature that was in the game previously, which Tarn touched on briefly, which is like expanding cabin building. You used to be able to reclaim cabins and then play them in Fortress mode, but it still requires switching modes. But like, you could do basic structures and stuff in Adventure mode, and then you could settle on those structures in Fortress mode. But it was like, you could hack down trees and build stuff out of logs. Who's making the sprite art for Dwarf Fortress is Tarn himself. It's 4 different artists, as far as I know. It's Neo Rice is good, although I don't know like what the status of all of these are. Mike Mayday did a lot of the original stuff. Neo Rice is good, has done a lot of the sprite variations, and more recently, Jacob, who made the Iron Hand tile set, I think, who's Laughing Llama, I think, in the Twitch chat. Has done a lot of the current sprite work. But no, Tarn is not making the sprites himself. Which is why the sprites aren't actually slowing down development at all, as much as some people like to get weird about that. I'm putting a dormitory down here as one of the other things I'm doing. Because this is just far too far away from the rest of the fortress, and dwarves do get stuck down here kind of frequently. This can just be a dormitory. Oopsies. Because I keep seeing dwarves sleeping outside, which is just that just won't do. Or like sleeping in the caves, and yeah, that's a no-go. Can't do that. Cannot permit that. What do you mean you can't catch a break? Tipping? Yeah, Mike made Mayday and Jacob made Iron Hand. But yeah, having played with that system, Rogue Systems, the cabin system in adventure mode, it is a lot more, historically, it's been a lot more simplistic than I think people envision it, which is one of the reasons I'm actually kind of happy it's not in right now, because there wasn't much you could do there. You could basically build a structure, and that was kind of it. And there was some basic furniture and stuff you could make. But outside of like building a structure and claiming it, there was no real purpose to it. It wouldn't become like a living hub like in Terraria or anything. So I I do think that the right decision is to not put it in right now and then try and expand upon it so as to not disappoint people. That being said, it'll be interesting to see what they do with it, I guess. Certainly, but for like the layman person who skims over the surface of the game Rum Rusher, it's kind of just a wasted potential, right? Like for somebody who digs really deep into weird mechanics of the game like yourself, absolutely, awesome system. For most people, it just seems like a half-built weird thing. The cabin building. Also, I mean, I once asked for a demon for directions, and I was told there was no way out of here. Big Baza from Dwarf FC. And then it proceeded to rip my face off. Which, you know, was probably pretty good for it and not great for me. You were there for that, and that was great. Well, I'm glad you thought it was great. Wasn't so great for me, but you know, you live and learn. Waiting for all my miners to get back over here. What, asking the demon for directions? Sounds like a folk song, Major Nerd? Audra in YouTube chat says, that gets the risk of, gets into a pretty interesting question of signposting mechanics changes, a real risk of creating an enduring negative association. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say if Dwarf Fortress has a problem, it's that. Like, you kind of hit the nail on the head. Like, the biggest issue that Dwarf Fortress has is itself, because a lot of the stuff that Dwarf Fortress does that's really cool and interesting and intriguing is half finished. And I think that if you've played this game for a long time or stuck with it for an extended period, it's pretty easy to come to the conclusion that, well, you know, if something isn't satisfying right now, it could absolutely become satisfying in the future, and you get excited when you see those half-built mechanics. I think for anybody who's used to a normal modern video game, it just seems like bad game development because of what we're used to and what we're conditioned to have to deal with like game abandonment and mechanics abandonment and such. And I think that really sucks, especially from like, you know, a pretty small example of this would be for the past, for the past several years, I've had to, I've had the privilege of being able to cover this game, right? And alongside of that, you also get the brunt of a lot of frequently asked questions, right? When are Marksdwarfs going to get fixed? And there's a lot of people that have it in their head that Marksdwarfs are never going to be fixed. And in 5 years, I'm going to still have people asking me, have they fixed Marksdwarfs yet? Because Dwarf Fortress has this reputation of never fixing bugs. They often do. And a lot of the really, really, really harsh ones get fixed faster than most people give them credit for. However, just because bugs get fixed faster than a lot of people give them credit for, they still have that reputation, and I don't think it's one that they'll ever be able to live out or outlive, right? I think that Dwarf Fortress is just going to always have that reputation, and on one hand, I think that kind of sucks. A lot for his vision of the game, the absolute respect to no compromises in artistic creative fields. And after that last super patch fix in real time, you respect him a lot. What, even more? What, the game that the dwarves all eating and drinking in slow motion thing getting fixed? That was a pretty funny one, yeah. Play with a lot of weird quirks since there are some bugs that were fixed. Play with a lot of weird quirks since there was a lot of bugs that were fixed. Or like changes that were made. Like I think one that I always return to, and I'm not mocking them because I genuinely think this was just a hysterical interaction, was like right when the Steam version released. And there was a guy directing his friend who was playing, and he kept going on about how much experience he had and how much time he'd spent playing Dwarf Fortress, and then told his friend to be careful and not to dig rooms too big because it could cause the ceilings to cave in. And it's like, okay, I believe you've played a lot of Dwarf Fortress, but not since 2007. Like, or maybe you kept playing after 2007 and never realized that that was taken out because, like, stuff stopped caving in when the game became 3D. Like, genuinely, I think that that's a hysterical interaction. Like, truly funny. I'm going to channel through this and let this lava spill out. Right here. Let's hope it doesn't let anything scary out of down here. Oh yeah, I mean, that... Like I said, something evil is emerging from this newly exposed pocket. It's a warthog brute. Let me just erase this and then jump up to here. And then assign all of my squads to right there. Also, that siege is left, which is great. The warthog brute is a very large noseless warthog with deadly spittle. It is twisted into humanoid form, and it has a bloated body. Its midnight blue hair is patchy. Beware its deadly spit. Hasn't started fighting yet. The dwarves are vacating pretty quickly. There's also already a Marksdwarf right here, which is Neezer, who's a proficient Marksdwarf. Are you equipped? I hope you are, fingers crossed. You are, but you're also hauling a lot of gems. So, okay, well, you are immediately bleeding. So is the beast. A bolt hits it. Another bolt hits it in the right leg, which tears the bone. I have a feeling Neezer's about to pass, though. And Neezer's bleeding heavily. I've got, another dwarf up here sleeping. Well, that's not good. Bad time to take a nap there, dwarfy. Uh-oh. Who's sleeping? It's one of my elite Marksdwarfs? No! Dwarf, why? Drink your coffee. Ugh. Owl Terror is this warthog brute, who's now seriously injured. I've got a recruit that's dying immediately. Got this dwarf over here, Darius, who's unleashing bolts. And this elite Marksdwarf has now woke up, but is going to die almost as quickly as it awoke. This creature, Owl Terror, is now falling and dodging and avoiding bolts. Darius over there is trying to be a hero. I've got another under-equipped... I should probably train my dwarves up. Darius, no! Darius, why? Darius, run! This was my own fault. I didn't need to do this. Down here, I've got Wood Eye, who is shooting bolts. Or was. I saw a bolt go flying. Where are you going, dwarf? Dr. House, you may want to run away. This seems bad. Dr. House is gonna die. Looks like. That dwarf fell asleep, which is always a great time. Merlin Buff is about to die. Chief Medical Dwarf. Although the beast is now dead. Who was the one who got the kill? That's the question. I want to just name them Owl Terror. Nope, you killed a Forgotten Beast. Who got the last hit? Flying Iron Bolt. Is it you? Ah, there you are. Owl Terror got that kill. The question is, are you going to survive here, Merlin Buff? Seriously injured. The red shirts? There's very few red shirts in this fort right now. Maybe if the population was higher. But there's very few red shirts in this fort currently. I'm going to... I'm gonna make a little crossbow range. I'm just gonna do that. Little archery range right here. And I'm gonna get these bottom 3 squads training down here. And I'm just gonna set them all to training. Just set them all to training. I'm also going to put a chest in here. And actually, no, not right there. I'm gonna go military, and I'm gonna go archery range. Let's just do a few of these. And I'm gonna go right down here. Barracks. Realize I'm not looking at chat, but just bear with me for a sec. And I'm gonna put a chest right there. Maybe 2. But I want you to be that dwarf. You should know this by now. I don't name myself after dwarves. Because I would always be in the fort, and I don't like that. I don't like being in other people's forts either. So you can do it on your own time, but I will not give myself a dwarf. So if you would like a dwarf, I'll give you a dwarf. If you would not like a dwarf, then I can give somebody else a dwarf, but please do let me know who you would like me to make into a dwarf. I will not take the dwarf, though. Lanix is not around. Lanix passed away, I think, in the last stream at some point. Yeah, Lanix has been gone for a minute, but... I think I will just refund it to you, Sam. Actually, no. We'll just do it this way. Sam, I'm gonna refund it, but I'm just gonna name you a statue or something. Because it's called Name Something, and it's very cheap now, and the idea is... it's cheap enough that you don't need to gift it. So we'll just do this. Oopsies. Semtex a statue. Like, when it was 8,000, that was a thing. I have more or less removed that from being a going concern. Just because it's too much, man. Dig, dig, dig your hole gently down the fort. Merrily, 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 merrily. I don't know where this goes. But yeah, that's all I request, Sam. Is just like I made it cheaper so that I didn't have to go through the rigmarole of trying to distribute gifted dwarves. It's just silly. So if you want to redeem one for yourself in future, feel free. It's Wednesday, isn't it? It's the first Wednesday of the month, isn't it? I guess it's fire alarm test day. Apologies for that. They do that once a month on the first Wednesday of the month. Gonna get used to that at some point. It only goes off once though, so. Is it the second Wednesday of the month? Well, the first Wednesday was like close enough to a holiday that probably not. Well, anyway, that'll stop now. Sorry about that. It is in fact Wednesday, my dudes. That I used to be rich redeem. I don't even have a way to see that. Like historic ones, like once they're cleared, which they've been cleared many times, you'd have to keep a personal tally, I think. Well, good news is a lot of that lava is now gone. And I can now do this. Oopsies. Let's do this. And that. First of July is a long weekend in Canada. It's Canada Day. 4th of July is like the late, less interesting version of the superior Canadian holiday. Just like how our Thanksgiving is earlier and better because it's better spaced out to the holiday season. So you don't have to eat turkey 2 times in a month. Instead, you eat turkey 2 times in a season and a bit. Just saying. Speaking of, I used to be rich. Non-major nerd used to be rich. And investments are open if you care, chat. Well, I mean, the suddenly building is on fire alert is still functioning, which is the good news about that fire alarm going off. At least it's like nowhere near as constant as the fire alarm tests in my old building. In my old building, they had to go to every floor and launch and send them all off individually for each individual unit. Here, they do that annually instead of every 3 months, which is nice. Because this building isn't as big, so there's nowhere near as many vacant units, so they don't have to like manually check every single unit. Also, every unit, except for the 2 that are for sale right now in this building, are lived in, so. Yeah, I would say my family typically does a ham on Christmas as well. YouTube chat is discussing that they tend to do ham on the holiday. Hello, Golem. How is you? How keyboard work? Me very drunk. Yes, I love you. Hello, yes. Please drink water. Water important. What's the occasion? Or just you felt like it? Or you really needed it? If you want to know how many you have, Colossus, type in exclamation point tickets. Exclamation point tickets. And it'll tell you how many you have, and then you can try and invest them if you want, or don't. It's mostly just like a bragging rights thing with no real purpose behind it. Fun times with grilling and pool. Sounds like a good time. I like pool now and again, although I do associate pool with particularly shit beer, because every time I've ever played pool in my life, the only beer they've had available is really shit. So it's like, ugh, pool, gross. But, you know, that's more of my own fault, not necessarily a fault of the game Pool. Oh, pool like swimming. Oh, I thought you meant like billiards. Okay, I mean, hey, now that's fun. Did anybody get involuntarily shoved into the pool? Because then that's how you know it's a real pool party. McCart's attack in YouTube chat says that they're going to be volunteering at a summer camp all week. Is that just like free room and board for the week to go camping? 'Cause, I mean, I'm presuming you have to like tolerate children because summer camp, but also pool and swimming. Yeah, playing pool means shitty beer, but also going to a pool in the summer with beer also means shitty beer. Unless it's like, unless the pool situation is like run by somebody who happens to have decent beer, then that's a pool party worth going to. For those of you who don't know, I'm very much a beer elitist. Well, maybe not very much. I pretend to be. It's one of those things that it's fun to be a weirdo about because some people take you way more seriously than they should. You know what I mean? Like, there's being an elitist, which is exclusionary and mean to people, and then there's being an elitist because, like, you know that the one person who gets really mad about the thing is going to be funny to get mad at, and that's about where I'm at on such things. Cavern has collapsed? That seems bad. Uh-oh. Dwarf, whatever you do, do not fall in the lava hole. Okay, you didn't fall in the lava hole. We survived. So a craft beer enthusiast? Not even just a craft beer enthusiast, Galad. I get like touchy about which brewery and what style of beer and how they're flavoring the beer and what ingredients they're using. In some cases, I'll even get picky over like what kind of hops they're using. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Okay, so this should be a Marksworth squad, not a melee squad. Which also means I need to go make some more crossbows. Seeing what materials I currently have. You like to have beer around just to give him a finger because I can drink whenever. I mean, that's called being a grown-up, right? I will remind you, though, while you're more than welcome to be drunk in chat, you will be more respected if you're drunk in chat while being well hydrated, so don't forget to drink some water. You'll thank me in the morning. Unless you've already had plenty of water, in which case, then keep calm and carry on. You know, to me, a beer and a Fanta, like if you're just like taking a cheap lager and filling it up with a Fanta, isn't that just like a really shitty Radler? Because a Radler is just beer and like grapefruit juice or orange juice or like some sort of citrus juice or lemonade. So isn't that just like a really crappy Rattler? It's had plenty of water. If you're drinking the pool water, I got bad news for you. But like, that's kind of how I would envision that. Like, that just kind of seems like a crappy Rattler to me. And like, you know, you could do a lot better than a shitty Rattler like that, but... Oh no, you're not being disrespectful, you're fine. You just seem drunk, and I'm telling you to drink water. I'm trying to be a responsible adult here, okay? I'm not the sort of streamer to just sit here and be like, chug, 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 chug. Because like, my normal mode of operation when I'm out drinking is I sit at the end of the bar and I talk with the bartender and I drink maybe a beer an hour and never really get drunk. That's kind of how I go out drinking. It's like a social activity for me, which is maybe unhealthy, actually. But, you know, sometimes the social lubricant is helpful. Oh, my Wordle. These are upset dwarves. I'm clicking all these X's because they'll just get auto-rebuilt, reassigned. Let's get these dwarves fancy new clothes, amongst other things. Is there a particular reason here, Dwarf, why you don't have a shirt? Also, yeah, I think I'm just going to do this the lazy way. I'm just going to do this the lazy way. Which is get some dwarves to pump this shit out manually. And then just build a drawbridge here once it's been drained. Bah! Humbug! Yeah, we gotta do it. We got to do it. I've also got a lot of gems to remove from here. Got a lot of gems. I did turn the difficulty up, so that's part of the reason we're getting attacked by bigger armies now. But it is bringing a lot of Goblinite, which is useful. Sweaty work, Miner took it off. I suppose. I think it also means I need to make more tunics, probably. She does have a cloak on, though, so maybe she likes the airiness in the armpits. A good Rattler or a Shandy in the US? I mean, to me, a Shandy's a pretty different thing, isn't that? Like, a Shandy's like a beer and a cider. Rattler is a beer and juice. I think, like, the key for me for a good Shandy is... or a good Rattler or any of those, it kind of just begins and ends with, like, you just need good beer. And then... What? Where did that... I mean, you're haggard, so it's not that big of a deal. But, like, where did the lava come from? It wasn't too deep there. Okay. Shandy is a beer and lemonade? Oh, maybe I'm confusing a Shandy and a snakebite. I think I'm confusing a Shandy and a snakebite. I don't really drink, like, beers mixed with juice, because beer's already bad enough for me. I don't need to add juice in there. It's like adding insult to a problem. It's like taking something that's bad for me and making it worse. You're back. What'd you miss? I don't know when you left, Jesus. You only like a stout. Hey, I'm of the opinion that, like, rage bait is bad, generally. Asterisk. When it's about things that matter. If everybody's in on the joke and it doesn't matter, like coffee or beer or pineapple on pizza, it's fun, okay? You know? As long as everybody's in on the joke and nobody's actually getting mad, it's fun. That... Motherfuckers, we got one. The Forgotten Beast, Stossbub has come. A great scaly tick. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it undulates rhythmically. Its mint green scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its noxious bite. Pineapple this pizza, you beast. The beast must really like pineapple and pizza. He's got good taste, which is why he showed up when he heard me say it. And we can fight it, too. Always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Sure you do. No known kills. The mayor's been reelected. You know what? Actually, let's cancel these bottom two. A lot of these dwarves don't have... Oh, that's the captain of the guards. Shit. Crap. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, and then over here, then you right here, ammo. Ammo, add ammunition, bolts, combat and training, delete the rest of these. Materials, metal, materials, wood. Confirm. Okay, let's follow that beast. So chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? Because we've got a gremlin. So what am I gonna do with this gremlin is the important question. Chain it up and make it into a pet is what we do. Huh. That thing went down quick. Heart spiders. Congrats, heart spiders. Painted drums. Dreams of mastering a skill. Golem, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. Golem writes some pretty neat music, too. Feel satisfied after improving archery. Damn right you do. Get back to it, dwarves. And now... let's see this gremlin. It's zany, Never becomes angry, is very trusting, finds humor in most situations, is ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He does not share his own experience and thoughts with others, and he is curious and eager to learn. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and this fortress just got a lot more ridiculous. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Oh boy. That's all I got, is oh boy. Just a little fellow with big dreams? Oh, certainly. We have to figure out what we're going to do with him, though. I'm thinking like that maybe the fortress entertainer or something, perhaps? Now we just need a champion? Oh, true, we could make him the champion, couldn't we? I was thinking Captain of the Guard, but, like, champion could be funny. Although, I think we lost the champion because the Baron died. Who was the previous one? I think I'm just going to unassign the Captain of the Guard for the moment. Virtually impossible. I'm not going to... Having tried to make a dwarf gain a noble rank before, virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. So not even something I'm going to consider. The scope of this fort is already big enough as is. Name the gremlin Shrek. No? No. No, 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 no. No. I'll name him Donkey. Because Shrek's an ogre, not a gremlin. If I had an ogre, sure. But, like, gremlins don't even have layers. Like, if we're gonna name him, like, a gremlin thing, might as well name him a gremlin thing, you know? Tiny ogre? I'm ogre this joke, chat. I can't do it. I mean, if you insist, sure. But, like... if you insist on me naming this gremlin Shrek, I will humor the statement, but, like, come on. Come on. Yeah, and I've already selected a Baron for this fort. YouTube chat. If somebody, I don't know, gifts 5 subs, I will name it Shrek. I really don't want to. But if somebody gifts 5 subs, I'll name it Shrek. Shriek? I mean, that's how I feel having to name something Shrek. The franchise that will just never fucking die. God damn it. This dwarf sketches stuff. What are you going to go grab? Iron bars. All right, fine. I'll name it Shrek. All right, Shrek. Well, we already read his description. He has no friends or relationships, and hasn't killed anything ever. And says, I was confined. This is so boring. Yes, yes, it is. Hopefully we can catch you, a wifey. You did, in fact, snipe Kit Fox. Yeah, I was like, what do you mean by hit Kit Fox? Kit Fox is... I thought you mistyped hi Kit Fox or something. But, yeah, you did, in fact, hit Kit. Let's just... I've got too many military dwarves. And not enough dwarfy dwarves. And the miners keep dying, so... Yes, they did in fact get hit by a sub. Hopefully it didn't hurt. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Sam Texagon, mate? Or maybe a round of ogres, I guess. It's ogre, or whatever that emote is. Schmork. We need a bunch of schmorks. Because chat got what they wanted. Democracy wins. I mean, and by that I mean belligerent bribing. I.e. bribery and corruption wins. Is bribing democracy? Well, depends on who you ask. Depends on who you ask. Okay, speaking of bribery, how's my lava tube doing? Well, it's going. Should also, well, thinking I should open this up, but no, actually I shouldn't. Yeah, we'll let this dwarf just keep doing this because, you know, we're pumping this out at a pretty decent rate. Oh, we checked for heat. What devilry is this? Did we know? Okay, well, that's fine. That could have gone bad, but it didn't, thankfully. Instead, more lava gets to drain. More lava gets to drain. And then up here, these are all cut in gems. One gem at a time. And then transporting them upstairs. So a lot of clothing is getting thrown out. This dwarf needs to be booted out of the military, I think. Let's put somebody else into your place. It's just too sad. Too sad. And now we really need to deal with this army. What's that beast doing, actually? The one that's made of fire. This one. Still just sitting there? Doing nothing of value? Fair. I feel that. It's kind of a vibe. Also need to check something real quick here. Schedule. Edit. Sleeping room at will. I latched on firmly, but that cheeky bastard broke the grip. Oh, you were trying... All the talk about adventure mode got you in a mood to try once again, and now you're wrestling a small camel and you bit it? Why are you biting a camel? I feel like camels should have deadly spit. Just saying. Like, I kind of believe that camels should have like deadly saliva that they spit at you. Because that just makes too much sense to me. Alfie gets it. On Team Camel Spit. Which means like a camel man should just have like, you know, like a Forgotten Beast are the ones I left in my fridge overnight. Forgotten Beast style, like, deadly spit. Man, if only I was developing this game, it would be significantly worse. It would be great. But it would be glorious. All right, let's jump back up to here. Go through here and throw down some more slabs. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go along here and I'm going to channel all this down. An attendant has been torn? That poor camel. Are you having fun, though? That's the important question. Now you can make engravings in your next fortress of the glorious battle between whatever the hell your adventure is named and this camel. Like, you realize the historical importance of this camel duel that you are currently participating in. Legends will be told of this tale for at least the next 15 minutes. It is a very important moment in the chronicle of your world's history. They should make a 3-hump camel. It would be unkillable. I don't know about a 3-hump camel being unkillable. It would certainly be incapable of dying of thirst. I don't know about unkillable, though. Forgotten Beats have come. Eurus noticed she had them in her backpack, and they are rotting. It smells like miasma in here. It is disgusting. It's probably how that would go, right? Right, that battle will show up in Legends. Literally everything you do in Fortress mode shows up in Legends, and also in
Day, everyone.
Adventure mode.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Speedio, Thank you very much for the 97 months. You bloody mad lad. You absolute mad lad, man. Thank you so much for all of the ongoing support. You are crazy. Thank you. Speaking of crazy, this isn't even like deep enough to drain. So I have to go like right here basically. And dig out a bigger drain for this. All right. The other good news is I can actually just stop the dwarves from doing this. I'm gonna let you guys follow this dwarf who's doing some weaving. I will be back in a moment. I'm gonna go use the toilet and top off my coffee. You know, I gotta say, I'm very exciting. No, I said I was gonna go use the toilet and refill my coffee. Those are two separate actions. You know what I'm really excited about, chat? Why you use how the toilet? Why you sentence English the speak? What? Let's check. The camel's in slight pain only. Sounds like, I'll tell you this, if you're not a very talented like wrestler in adventure mode, you may have a hard time. Camels are big. Like, have you ever tried fighting with a horse? Anyway, I topped off the last of my coffee and me fail English? That's impossible. That was a meme, right? I seem to vaguely recall this. Anyway, you guys completely made me lose my train of thought with the whole toilet accusation. I'm very offended by this. Is that what that's from? It's from The Simpsons? You know, true story. Never watched The Simpsons. Never seen a full episode of The Simpsons. I had it in my brain and then I completely lost it. So I don't know. It left. The ADHD kicked in even with the pills. That's how strong the distraction was. I'm sure it'll come back. Give me 10 minutes. Is that what you call it, non-major nerd? You wanted to save your bolts? Ah. You know how I train up combat in adventure mode? I wait for things to fall asleep and then I pull their fingers off. I pinch things while they're sleeping, non-lethally. So I go around ripping people's fingers off for months and then eventually I turn into actual combat. How do you pull fingers off? Wrestle, pinch, and then just repeatedly pinch. Also, to like train hunting, hit Control R and then macro the keys for pick up sand and throw sand. And then once you do one full repetition, hit Control P and just spam it. Siege? Yeah, it's been there for a little bit. I'm trying to drain this reservoir so that I can let the siege burn in this walkway. I can't really fight them head on. Or rather, I could. I'm just not willing to because I need to replenish the population quite a bit. If by fart noises you mean the silent squealing of pain as they lose their fingers, then yes. Oh no, he's got a nose. Yes, he does in fact got a nose. And yeah, they also usually don't wake up. I am currently in the process of that, yes, Terabyte. But I've lost too many dwarves already today, and I need a consistent way of dealing with sieges because I need the goblinite, or I guess it's mostly humanite, for bolts and shields and other things because I have no access to metal, but I can't really fight them head on because we're primarily a Marksdwarf squad only fort, which is fine, but not the best when trying to fight head on again in melee range against things. There we go. You don't need the creature to be asleep to pinch the toe. The problem is that they might fight back. Like, even like tame creatures might fight back if you start pinching them. The nice thing about having really good wrestling is like you can just grab a weapon out of somebody's hand and then disarm them, rip it out of their hands, and then not give it back. Oh, chat, did you guys see the new emote that we have? Crypt Bolt is now an emote. There's another emote that's going to be aligned with it sooner than later. Well, I don't mean disarm them. I mean, like, grab somebody's knife and then throw it at them. That's more what I mean, but... I mean, you could also de-arm them, too. If you're really dedicated to being a baddie. This whole thing was kind of a bust, but it's fine. Should have just done it this way the first time. Let's just go back to a lot of pausing tasks. There's just too much clothing job going on right now. Too much clothing job. I do have a lot of clothing I need to replace, but like... right now it kind of doesn't matter. Leave some of those process plants jobs going and some of these weaving thread jobs going, but most of these I'm going to pause. I just don't have the population right now to do it. Let's just see what people go pick up. I tried pumping the magma up and over a thing. What I actually should have done is just did what I'm doing right now, which is drained it off the side of the map. I tried to do it a more elaborate way, and it ended up costing lives. Because I was trying to overthink a problem that's actually pretty simple. You need lava to go away, not lava to, like, go into another room cleanly, necessarily. Yeah, I was overthinking a problem, basically. But no, I haven't really explained it. It's just kind of I feel dumb. It's really bugging me. What was I excited about? I was excited about something, but oh well. Can't have been that important. I mean, I am not the thing that I was originally thinking about, but I am quite excited about the dye changes now. That's I think the thing that I wasn't expecting to be excited for, but now I'm sitting here going like, man, updates to dye. Could you imagine? Yes. Terabyte. Yes to both. Siege related and me stupid related. I mean, at one point this fort had about 260 dwarves in it. We started at 130 something today. Is that Chris? Another thing I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to go to my tavern, which is right here. I think that's the tavern? Yes. Wait, what? Is it? No, it's a weaponsmith. You know, actually, the weaponsmith guild is just fine. Put a rope breed rope here, and we're going to chain up that gremlin so it doesn't get up to shenanigans. Well, maybe once all that stuff's in the game, but it's not in the game yet. At least for me, I definitely want to do a fort messing around with that stuff once it's in the game. I think, honestly, my next fort's probably going to be a Forgotten Beast trapping fort, because I want to generate a new world. And probably do something similar to what I did in Creature Keepers, except more elaborate and visually appealing. Just settle on a interesting surface fort and then build a big arena and then make, you know, demons or something fight Forgotten Beasts. I don't understand the question, user. Can I not assign a gremlin? Okay, fine. Bruh. Guess I just have to release you then. I feel like I went through this the last time I did this. And probably every other time since. Oh, how's the hitching? Nowhere near as bad as it was, but the population's also a lot lower. I mean, it's still hitching, it's just not hitching anywhere near as frequently. It's not as frequent and prolific as it was. Still not perfect, though. There we go. Let's actually just get all of these dwarves on monthly orders. Basically everybody but these top three. There we go. We can now release Shrek. Let's just open this up. Go hide. Remove everything. And add Shrek in. There you are. Go eat something. Was annoyed after being knocked underground and confused after choking on dust underground and is now going to go get something to eat. Has an asparagus roast, which I'm sure looks delicious. It's got asparagus, surprise, pork, pig meat, minced, and minced asparagus, and minced asparagus, and minced asparagus. So it's pork. You know, honestly, I could go for a bowl of pork and asparagus. That sounds pretty okay. I could work with that. Speaking of pretty okay, and I could work with that. My well desperately is in need of water, actually. Which means I need this to fill the well. I really need this baddie army gone. All right, well, let's just go down here real quick and see where this is. This is getting constructed. That's good. It's all the way at the edge of the map. Fort of the new stuff sounds rad. I mean, that's kind of would be the idea. Mostly, like, I think that's what Smitchell's been doing, if I'm not mistaken. What? Oh, really? I failed an artifact? I thought that. Huh. Well, was that Ast who did that? Actually, you'd be Berserk, right? Oh, never mind, you're dead. That was Ast who's already dead. Went Berserk and then was shot and killed by somebody. Got sniped by one of my Mark stores, probably. That was the beast. But who shot you? Mark Dwarf, Mincut, maybe? Strikes the weaponsmith in the head, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull and tearing the brain. Damn. Jaeger, thanks for the 5-pack. That's very kind of you. All right, well, rip. You know, the asparagus thing seems like a thing that you would get in like an upper end food court, you know? Like, I feel like I've had that in a few like Chinese food courts where it's just like, except like replace the asparagus with green bean. It's just like green bean and like pork, basically. Like I could see that being delicious. Super tasty. Definitely something I could fuck with, food-wise. Did anyone have any ideas for dwarven meals? I mean, you say that stuff is straight up illegal. At the same time, most of them are like basically just meat biscuits. Like it's just meat fried with meat and maybe a side. Or like thing fried with thing and maybe a side. So basically like normal Louisiana cooking, right? Zircom, hello. Just got your first migrant wave in the new fort, 13 migrants and 10 of which are children. Well, I mean, hey, gotta start somewhere, right? Did I just lose another dwarf? Oh yeah, I guess it was that dwarf that got shot, right? All right, well. This is the last thing I need to do, and then pull the lever. I mean, children are very efficient at specific small tasks in Dwarf Fort. You know, not liking kids in Dwarf Fort is a very pre-Steam Dwarf Fortress thing. Like, people used to get, like, legitimately mad at having a lot of kids in their forts because like they used to do nothing. And it was very common for people to come up with strategies on like how to like efficiently kill them or like contain them so that they didn't exist in your fort for very long, which like, okay, in older versions of the game, they did nothing. So like, or nothing beneficial anyway. So I kind of see that, but that couldn't be further from reality now. Like they very much are like incredibly important and helpful to the fortress these days. It was just a surprise. Fair, yeah. I'm a big fan of like the single dad with like a dozen children, migrant waves, where it's like it's one dad and then like 15 kids, and then you're like, oh, you have 3 wives. Well, this is your problem, Dad. Practice safe, dwarf. Use a beard. You know, that's all. You punched a big ran apart. The adventure is why I... The adventure is fire. Why haven't I tried it earlier? Adventure mode to me never grabs me as long as a fortress. Like I could play a fortress for 100 hours and still have something to do. Like I'm probably not frequently going to play an adventurer for more than 5 or 10 hours. But at the same time, playing adventure mode makes me appreciate the combat so much more. Like so much more. I used to wrestle turkeys, Audra. Audra is talking about wrestling crabs for training in adventure mode, and I'm like, turkeys. But like, yeah, no, there's certainly a lot of things in adventure mode that are left wanting that could be a lot better, but in the ways it shines, it's really cool. I mean, getting lost is part of it, but I'll also say this. Once you've played a little bit of adventure mode, it gets a lot easier to not get lost. Like, navigating adventure mode gets so much easier. Like, so much easier. One of the moms has 7 kids and her memories are just dwelling on arguments. I mean, checks out. Game too realistic. Developers have no mercy. You didn't expect yourself to enjoy adventure mode at all, and but you've been playing it way more than you expected. I think I kind of stick to the, like, I do a big adventure whenever there's new content, and in between forts, it's a fun side activity for an hour or two in between forts to bring adventurers to the fort. Like, it gives you, one of the things I really like about adventure mode is walking around my fortress after I'm done with that fortress. I really like looking at the general scenery around the fortress because I find that it gives you a bit more of a sense of space and place within the fortress. And I find that to be really endearing. You know, Arcloid, Dwarf is a pretty good Marks Dwarf, but I've got better Marks Dwarves. Make somebody else leader of this squad and actually give Arcloid a break. I think Arcloid's kind of earned it. You are pretty stressed. You just want to go pray. Like, Tarn didn't talk about it this time, but in previous interviews, he's talked about how there's been ideas of an option for embarking would be you drive the wagon to the location, like maybe like sort of a higher risk reward thing where like there's a higher risk of you dying, but the reward is greater if you make it to the location that you're trying to get to. I think that there's a world where that could be really cool. Like, maybe... Uh-oh. Well, you're just gonna go drink then. You've earned that, Dwarf, though. And I kind of... There is part of me that hopes that that becomes a thing at some point. Yeah, driving the wagon to the fortress. Rimurk. I mean, maybe you could recruit people along the way. Sure, there'd be some fun there. Then you send a new wagon, I presume, if wagon dies. But, like, you know, maybe it could be an opportunity to introduce new dwarves to the fort or something. You know, like, or if you find like a goblin or somebody interesting along the route getting there, you could recruit them. Or some monks, maybe. You know? Maybe you run into one of your adventurers. Make a road on the way to the embark. Now, let's not be crazy. That seems like a bit ambitious. Yeah, no, there's so much more they could do with roads. So much more they could do with roads. Is there seeds in this? Is there seeds in this? Crumble. Yeah, it's one of those ideas that's been thrown around as long as I've been playing this game, Big Bang. Do you want them to make Intercontinental Bridge forts only work if you actually build a bridge? I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I think there should just be a way to build bridges. But more so than making the players do something that's often kind of hacky. All right, I set up a cushion in the corner in the tavern. Made the 7-kid mom the tavern keeper. Oh boy, she's gonna drown her kids. Let's go! Let's go. Jaeger, your sub ran out again. Tisk. Maybe the way to send out armies could send out construction brigades and stuff on the world. Yeah, I've seen like all kinds of stuff like that has been suggested over the years. I actually went out of my way to not ask a couple questions worded almost exactly like that one, Moreb. Just because I know it gets asked all the time in the future of the fortress, and I've asked very similar and had very similar discussions with Tarn live in the past, and you know, it's one of those like you kind of need to be cautious. I guess I don't want to just like retread the same ground with every interview. Actually, one of the reasons I really liked this one was because we got to talk about a lot of things that aren't normally main topics of discussion for the interviews. Like, I think a lot of the time they end up retreading a lot of stuff, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, it just means that people enjoy it, generally. But yeah, I don't want to just like retread the same thing every time. I think that that's a kind of a bit of waste of everybody's time. Burial. Let's see. For everybody. For everybody. Okay. This is all set up now, so I can go up top here and just channel through all these, and then just let this flow out, because that's all sealed up. You're happy that you asked your question, that you can relax and play DF, but now afterwards it makes you a bit sad that he couldn't really? I mean, I don't want to say that I'm in the same position as him, but like, it's really hard for me to just sit down and relax and play video games. As in, like, almost impossible. I know Tarn in the past has said that his favorite thing to do in Dwarf Fortress is animal husbandry, and he likes, you know, getting the dwarves to try and tame weird animals like jabberers and cave dragons and that kind of stuff. But I mean, it makes sense. I mean, like, if you're building something, it's going to be hard to see it as anything other than a thing that you are financially obligated to improve. Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would presume most playtime would just become, like, how do I word this? Just gameplay testing, right? And if you're gameplay testing, that's kind of work, right? Okay, I need that kid to get out of here. Then let's pull this. So now we just wait for a dwarf to get up here and pull the lever. Now this drains, then I just need to... I don't really want to build another bridge there. Then I just need to build another bridge here. Yep. And then this will drain this out pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. Yeah, his response was kind of what I was expecting, for whatever that's worth. That is more or less what I was expecting for a question like that. Just because, like, it's kind of status quo, I guess, for anybody in a creative industry. It's very difficult to not just see the creative thing that you've built as work. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing. We could name a dwarf Kronk and only have him pull levers. No, but I'll name a dwarf Kronk. What kind of dwarf would you like me to name Kronk? What's Kronk's day job? Kind of seems like a bodyguard assistant, yeah? Kronk is a great dodger. He is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He has a strong sense of duty, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he has an active sense of humor. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees berry making as a waste and dislikes cooperation and doesn't particularly respect commerce and does not care about family one way or another. And likes native platinum, tin, milk opal, avocado wood, and giant lorikeet. He prefers to consume clown loach 2-grain wheat beer, and hates rats, and has a pet bunny, who is alive. His name is Urist Dorbury, which is kind of adorable. Of course, Kronk has a pet bunny. That's a very Kronk-like activity, if you ask me. Emperor's New Groove. Genuinely a phenomenal movie. Such a good movie. Such a good movie. Oh, crawling boulders. It's like, what the hell are they doing so slowly? All right, so now that this is like safetied up, I just need to wait for it to drain. I just need to wait for it to drain. This is going to get canceled every single time. I try and do anything. If only it was a chipmunk. Yeah, that would be a little bit closer, wouldn't it? I mean, hey, you know, honestly, I think the bunny is pretty good. Pretty good. I just want this structure to be completed so that I can just deal with these sieges. There's a lot about Dwarf Fortress that fits the Emperor's New Groove vibe. I mean, you can even get turned into a sheep. I don't think you can get turned into an alpaca. Like, I kind of wish that the funny curses existed in Fort mode. Like, in adventure mode, you can get transmorged into, like, any number of random livestock, which just can't happen in, like, outside of Fortress mode. Or outside of adventure mode. I kind of wish they could. Like, there's something about, oh, you were turned into a sheep. That's just glorious and amazing, and I kind of love it. Like, that kind of comedy, I'm here for. And always will be here for. I mean, we lucked into it. Although dwarves kind of have, like, outsized personalities enough that they would suit personalities of a character like Kronk. Please don't step into that when you're done with it, or you will die. Well, you didn't. That's good. Forgotten beast named Kubok has come, a gigantic humanoid composed of mud. Beware its deadly dust. Oh, and it's fighting with the several blind cave ogres. It's also on a layer where it can get to us. Which means I get to tell my squatties to go stand here. But thankfully it's composed of mud, so it shouldn't live very long when we shoot it. What is the effects they're getting? I mean, they already can't see, so that's understandable. Kubok is shaken to the core. Overcome by terror. Are you punching it? Please tell me you're punching it. It's punching the Forgotten Beast. Fracturing it and chipping it. Oh. So these blind cave ogres have killed it. I'm just gonna forbid it. Actually, all of it, because we don't need to carry that body out of there. Well done, Beastie. I do wonder what its effects were, though. Saved Smiths. It's a good name. Of a god, and then turns the dwarven kid into an actual kid. The kid becomes a kid. It only lasts for I think it's a week in adventure mode. Somebody could correct me though. I think it's a week that it lasts for, which would also be really funny because it wouldn't be that long in game. Be like, so and so's been turned into a goat. Blah. Suddenly, just a whole bunch of unexpected whimsies added to Dwarfort. Thing I'm certain of is I've already forgotten that beast. I mean, it was made of mud. It did have deadly dust, which means it probably would have killed itself with its deadly dust. And it appeared right next to a bunch of ogres who just beat the shit out of it. So that's kind of a given. Okay, so another thing I'm going to do, the in-fort zone goes down to here. I'm going to turn on in-fort. Assign everybody but the gremlin to in-fort. And I'm actually going to just open this up because we are getting to a point where it's, you know, starting to drain. Might as well. It's still a ways off, but Valentino, the question earlier about the adventure mode dialogue in the stream and that you're glad you found it funny. Well, I mean, like, yeah, no, I've seen stuff like that before. Like Goblin just caught you off guard the first time you played? Yeah. No, I mean, I like the statement from Twitch chat. I think it was Rumrusher, actually, who said it, which was... Because Valentino in the questions asked a question about, like... people saying very off-topic things or like very situationally inappropriate things in adventure mode, like they start complimenting your shoes when you're stabbing them to death, which is hilarious. But like, you know, maybe not the best for like keeping things serious feeling. I suppose it's not the most serious situation you could end up in, but like funny. Yeah. Neezer, you have a good night. I hope you enjoyed the interview. And also, sorry to those of you who don't get to catch the interviews because of the time they happen at. You know, like, when I first started doing these, they always happened way earlier in the day, and people in Europe always complained that it was too early for them. They're like, or it would be too late for them, or they'd be later in the day, and people in Europe would complain that it was either too early or way too late, depending on who it was. And, now it's like, it's pretty good if you happen to like be in the UK, but there's a lot of other time zones where it's like kind of not so optimal. So sorry about that, but it just kind of is what it is. I work with Tarn's schedule and that's the one we got. Kind of amazed I haven't torched anybody yet in this process. Those are some damn fine looking sneakers you got there, mate. I think somebody in YouTube chat was like, bro, are those Jordans? It's like, man, because it's not actually that hard to add in custom dialogue to Dwarf Fortress modding wise. Somebody needs to just make like a sneakerheads mod that just like one of the it's just a bunch of compliments of just referencing different sneakers. Your daughter needed you while you were on. Ah, that's neat. That's important. Colossus. I will put the VOD up tomorrow. I'm very like torn as to whether or not I should premiere it or just post it. I've seen like enough legitimate criticism against premieres that it's not a good idea, so I think I'm just probably gonna post it. What tools helped me learn Dwarf Fortress? I learned Dwarf Fortress like the wiki helped me learn Dwarf Fortress. The wiki, and then later on with more advanced stuff, Twitch chat. The forums. No tools really helped me learn Dwarf Fortress. Things like Dwarf Therapist and DF Hack, if that's what you mean, I found actually made the game harder to get into because it added more like setup complexity, which doesn't help me learn things generally. So no tools really. I just did it. I just started trying to learn it. Not gonna lie, that's sketching me out, watching them walk through those, but hey. Scary. Spooky. Then I just gotta get rid of the remaining pieces and fill this sucker in. But yeah, I don't know. I've always found like the writing in adventure mode to be goofy as hell, but also like kind of suits it in a weird way. Like I've always kind of liked the weird whimsy that Dwarf Fortress has, which is realistically just a result of maybe not the best design choices. But at the same time, I don't know, it gives it this really funky, funny little unique character that, I don't know, I really appreciate. It just kind of hammers home the classic feeling of like, well, why do you play Dwarf Fortress? Well, because there's nothing quite like Dwarf Fortress, you know? Groggy Limmy face. It was a good interview. I hope you enjoy it when you get the chance to watch it later on. Apparently dyes are coming and they are going to be ridiculous. Chad, do you have a Dwarf Fortress quirk that you love, even though it's like objectively bad? I think the dialogue for me is maybe like the easiest one to point at for me. Like in many ways, it's objectively terrible, but realistically, I'd be completely lying if I said I didn't enjoy it. Windmills? What's janky about windmills specifically? Or rather, what do you find janky about them? Just having them on the surface when you're building down so the power doesn't transfer later? Just having them on the surface when you're building down. I mean, they can freeze. I'm trying to think what you mean by the power doesn't transfer later. Because I've never had problems with making the power transfer, but I might be missing something. Okay, well, this is clearing up finally. Guess this is maybe an area I should dig out. Oh yeah, we caught a gremlin for anybody just tuning in. Actually, no, it's kind of a terrible idea. Save that off. Will they get pants this time? Absolutely not. That's not a feature of the video game. However, this one is zany, so which means they probably will actually enjoy being naked. Also, it's injured. But yeah, they're zany, so... Oh no, humiliated, dwelling upon being uncovered. It's possible because they're zany, they'll be okay with being uncovered eventually, but we'll see. I guess I need them to... Yeah, I need them to actually join. Do you have any skills? Dabbling armor user and dodger? And climber. That doesn't seem smart. Don't climb. Do you have the world where you can spend your life in a small town being a cheesemaker and survive multiple random giant attacks before being eaten by a wolf, and the wolf will be named something like Bridge Sparkles, and then live in a cave something called Deep Quill, and then the enemy of every nation of the continent because she kept eating guinea fowl and rabbits, and Bridge Sparkles eventually dies at the old age of 12, and you were the only historical figure eaten, therefore the reason she got a name? Yeah. What? Where did this dwarf come from? Are you some visitor, maybe? Huh. Actually, hold on. Guess that is not a thing yet. Apparently there's a ghost. Howling Haunt. Never had so much hauling efficiency. Oh no, kids are great for hauling stuff. It's one of the best changes they made with premium, actually, and one of the things that like I miss most when on the odd days when I go back to older versions. Super duper miss that. Because it's so nice to just have like the little helpers. Because they are quite efficient. Now, this is still going to take a little bit more time. It is getting there, though. You missed the massive bearded babies? Yeah, no, I mean, there's been a lot of changes to like the aesthetics of the game in the last 2 years. I kind of don't. I think like them like being more obvious as kids are kind of funny, and also I think it's a lot better for the game. But they were kind of funny looking. I do agree with that. Let's throw some statues here. I don't know where this clear glass statue came from, but apparently I have a clear glass statue. Man, this dwarf is taking 10,000 years to complete this goddamn task. Well, there's always something cute about them. Sure. I mean, fun quirk. I mean, the bug that I kind of miss, even though it's a bad bug, is the babies born without skin that are negative years old. There was something kind of amusing about that, but it was a bad bug. Same feeling, probably. You were born without skin, Letterin? That seems unpleasant. I'm glad you survived. You have a good night, Rodolfo. You had Flipperfoot? That sounds like something a dolphin would have. What? I don't know what that is, and I'm scared to know what that is, to be honest with you. I will say I genuinely love the general weirdness of gremlins, if that counts as a quirk for Dwarf. I also love the fact that the only thing I got objectively wrong in that gremlin video that people still kind of frequently correct me on is that, well, actually, the gremlins wasn't... Oh, that's the ghost. Well, actually, Gremlins wasn't a direct to video film. I always thought it was. I'm sorry, but like that gets corrected like constantly. All right, chat, can I get a round of beers? I don't want to look at that line of text again. That's something out of a horror film. That is terrifying. No, it's fine. That's just that's some body horror. Like I said, I'm glad you survived. I was born a bunch of weeks early, and had to be left in a hospital for a while. And apparently my older sister was horrified that they had to take me back, which was like, didn't get to take me home right away. My little sister was my older sister was very much ready to have like a brother, and then. Nope, he has to stay at the hospital for like another month. I mean, it would give you better... I'm just like, okay, like people with no legs that have hooks, like I feel like it would give you more like springboard action, but I don't think that's actually how that functionally works. It sounds like something you just need to get operated on. All right, so this is the thing that we are now waiting on. This needs to get closed, though. I mean, you can... Okay, so YouTube chat's mentioned danger rooms. You can still make danger rooms. There's just no logical point to it because, like, the damage model, stress, and way damage is distributed between dwarves is different enough now that there's no real reason to make danger rooms, and training has been changed to a point where it just makes more sense to, you know, train your dwarves. Which, like... It doesn't mean that danger rooms aren't a thing anymore. You could still make a danger room. There just isn't any real logical reason to make one. I mean, you could lurk on the Twitch side, too. Nobody's stopping you, so. You're welcome on the Twitch side. But you gotta enjoy your walk. All right, chat. So you heard Zalvi's here. It's time to talk about delicious food. So what are you eating for dinner? I had last night I had tofu on rice and beans, and it was delicious. It's this right here. This is what I ate last night. I will show you a photo. It's right that. Right there. Yeah, that's what I ate last night. It was baked tofu and brown rice and teriyaki sauce and microgreens. and a little thingy of goat cheese, which I bought on sale because it was very cheap, and kidney beans, and green beans, and also garlic and onions, and like 2 teaspoons of spicy mustard. I got those microgreens as part of the like weekly grocery pickup thing that I'm doing. I almost never buy microgreens, and I do grow them sometimes in the winter, but like it's just not even remotely worth it. But they do look pretty, yeah. You had leftover pastas and beans, mushrooms and cheese as you were working late and your wife kindly made extra. Well, it's very nice of her to make extra. Let's just pull this. I don't know, it was pretty salty. I don't know how healthy it actually was, but it certainly was one of those meals that looks healthy. Oh, you said pasta. I read that as pizza. How do I cook your tofu? Fried up with garlic and chili is your go-to? I mean, I put it into a container. I sliced it into cubes. I set the oven to 400. I put teriyaki sauce and mustard, like spicy mustard, into the container with garlic unsliced, and then shook it, and then put it onto parchment paper and stuck it in the oven for like 25 minutes. Baked it. They can probably get in now. Let's see. Okay, I just need one of these two to disappear. You know, fat is like a color palette. I like it when it's desaturated. Zing. You had leftovers last night and then you got hit with a craving at like 11 p.m. So you made hot berries on the stove. The hell is a hot berry? I mean, it's clearly like the inverse of a frozen berry, but... Oh, game's paused. Just gonna let the dwarves do this. Oh, base. Oh, I see. Like, I like how you start with frozen berries to make hot berries. But yeah, like just basically just a pie filling, more or less. Yeah. You didn't have fresh. I just think it's funny that you're making it with hot berries with cold berries, you know? Hot berries, cold berries, everywhere I go berries. Holy fuck, fruit is expensive here. As somebody who lives on an island, yeah. Hot berried. You know, honestly, I'm pretty sure that's a lavish Dwarf Fortress meal, you know? Multiple kinds of berries, sugar, and vanilla bean paste. It just needs to be, like, supremely minced. Or superiorly minced. Are we talking about American dollars or Canadian dollars? Because that's more expensive than here. Like, $8 for a little thing of raspberries is actually pretty common. But, like, in Canadian dollars, not in USD. Yeah, that's expensive. Tierson bearded miner happy. Now, happy. Let's not be too demanding. This is a not pissed off miner. Led Fed Tombs. What a name. Led the Fed Tomb. He is incurious and never seeks knowledge or information to satisfy himself. He is unerringly returns favors and the kind actions of others. He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He rarely feels discouraged and can sometimes act without deliberation, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he is very humble. He tends to avoid crowds and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this. He values artwork in his creation. He does not handle stress well, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. He dreams of making a great discovery, and personally views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important. Hold up. Led's about to get a day job. He's now an astronomer. He likes the late native platinum and iron and chrysoberyl, as well as clear glass and desert tortoiseshell. Ballista parts, giant beetles for their protective shells, and the words of the velvety incenses and the sight of the velvet meadows, and when possible prefers to consume giant red panda and yak cheese, as well as cassava beer, rye flour, and hates flies. And you have a pet goose who's still alive. Welcome to the fort. The old loosey-goosey, yes. So we're digging through this so that the enemies can get through quicker because I'm going around the edge of the lava. Also just gonna smooth a bunch of this, because this will speed up the drainage process. Actually, why don't I just go all the way to here. But the baddies are going to start coming in pretty soon. But hopefully, I'm only going to need to do this once. And once this is done, it'll just be done. We won't need to worry about it anymore. Also, this needs some floors on top of it. What's up, Wolfist Wolf? It's good to see you. I see the pun in what you said, Letterman. How are you doxing yourself, Salvi? That's on you for having, a real name as your account. Do you want me to bop that? I can delete those messages if you like. You could also retract them if you like. Fascinated by the idea of astronomers in dwarf culture? They're just a dwarf that smokes a lot of hemp and then stares at the sky and goes, ooh la la. I don't think there's much more to it than that. It's kind of like, the ancient Greece equivalent of astronomy. Or like Roman astronomers more so than like modern day astronomy. It's like there's stars up there, man, kind of thing. You have to rename your channel. Is how you hide your name on your YouTube account. That's been like a weird quirk ever. Like there was that very weird moment where Google was like, hey, what if we became Facebook? What if we were eviler, guys? And then they had a social media service called Google Plus. And in order to comment on YouTube, you needed a Google Plus account. And it was very clear that it didn't work because literally nobody commented on YouTube for years. Like, I remember seeing videos on YouTube with like 100,000 views and like 3 comments because like just fucking nobody did it. And then some people just like removed the ability to leave comments. Like, I think that's why Total Biscuit did at one point. And many people never re-added comments on their videos. And then eventually, like Google got rid of the entire thing, and that's why a lot of people have like 2 weird YouTube accounts, one with their real name. And like I had a YouTube account at the time that was a named channel, and when Google Plus became a thing that existed, they made me a new YouTube account, which is under my real name, which still exists. And I can't really figure out how to get rid of it. It like permanently spaghetti borked the behind the scenes code of YouTube. I'm actually just gonna erase these. Just get these dwarves out of here. Because this siege is now probably coming towards us. Yerp. It is. Have fun getting super arrested, I guess. I mean, like, it's one of the reasons I'm not too concerned about making it known where I live. I live in an apartment building. If I lived in a house, I'd be a little bit more worried. But, like, when you live in an apartment building with quite a few other units in it, I mean, like, even if you figure out the building I live in, like, good luck. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would suck, but it's not something that worries me too much. Also, like, you know, I don't have 100,000 people watching me play Fortnite, and they're all children who are super immature and think that it's funny to, you know, harass people. I like to think that my audience is more mature than that, right, chat? Chat's plural, right? You wouldn't fuck with me, would you? Smiley face, yeah. I mean, I kind of had like a lot of internet security stuff scared into me early on doing this, because back in 2015, I think, somebody at one point just like, this was back when Twitch had a messaging service built in, just DM'd me all of my passwords. He was like, hey, you should go reset your passwords. I was like, whoa! Got it, man! Yeah, So ever since then, I've been pretty smart about things. You think you'd have a panic attack? I didn't quite have a panic attack. I had a panic attack the one time somebody leaked my phone number. But even that wasn't so bad. It was literally just I had to call my phone network and be like, hey, can I get a new phone number, please? And like literally 15 minutes later, I had a new phone number and it was fine. Then I just had to text a bunch of people and be like, hey, got a new phone number. You're in my walls already? You're a spider, Mooncat? Huh. Wild. According to Arcloid, I'm a poo-poo head and his mother dresses me, and my mother dresses me funny. Yeah, probably, actually. And I mean, my hair does kind of look like shit if I don't brush it in the morning, so. What shirt do I have on, though? It's a local band called Empress. Yep, they have that vibe. The tarot card. Good luck looking them up, though. They're one of those bands that has such a generic name, they're bloody impossible to find on the internet. Like, look up Empress Band. It's like, okay, which one? Empress Band from Vancouver. Okay, which one? It's kind of like Anakin after he became evil. Huh. Do they have a Google Plus account? Nobody has a Google Plus account. So you're in your pajamas is what you're saying. There's one kind of funny thing this is Empress, is that it actually? Did you find it? Oh yeah, you did. Well done. A+. I mean, like, I've looked them up on, like, streaming services before, and it's been, like, bloody impossible to find. Wow, the frame rate went down to, like, 7. Oh, now it's back. Game decided to hitch. Frame rate nuke. Exactly. It's like frame rate. Frame rate, come back! I barely knew you. I want to be friends. Frame rate. Friends, I say. I know you meant to say clean, but saying I don't like putting a clear shirt on if I'm gonna shower at some point is just a funny sentence to write. Sometimes, yeah, Big Baza. Certainly. Also, in regards to the band Empress, I've had this running joke with a friend of mine for a while that we would love to see Empress at the Empress, which is a hotel here in Victoria. It's never going to happen because that's like a super classy, like, old hotel that rich old people stay in. And just rich people, mostly. And, like, I need to figure out how to make that happen. That's, like, one of my dreams is to see Empress at the Empress. It's never going to happen, but... I did see them in an auto repair shop, though. Be like, best I can do is 17, take it or leave it. Mate, I would take it over 2, which is where it was for a second. Allegedly, it has a really nice restaurant attached. I've never actually been inside of it. I have been in Miniature World, though, which is beneath it. Miniature World is, Warhammer for a bunch of World War II nuts, basically. 16 month sub anniversary. I mean, hey, if you click the button, you could totally share it. You're gonna guess mini golf. I mean, Miniature World is worth looking up, and also if you're ever in Victoria, actually worth going to. It's totally worth $20. Was fun to hang today. Cheers, man. Glad you had a good time. Still got a lot of editing to do tonight. Also the Bug Zoo. Yeah, also the Bug Zoo.
And 1 month streak crypt cry.
Man, it's like a default. Miniature World is dope. Okay? Super fucking cool. It's just like a bunch of tiny dioramas and that are like functional, and it's also like the whole history of Canada within, like, done in miniatures, as well as a bunch of fantasy dioramas. They're really fucking cool. A lot of neat perspective stuff going on in Miniature World. It's one of the rare tourist traps that's totally worth going to. A 1 month streak. Hey, mate, don't worry about the 1 month streak. Thank you very much for the 16 months, though. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Your summer's been fun. We're slowly starting to get to that time of year within summer where a lot of people who like forgot that the internet exists at the beginning of summer are starting to slowly crawl back to the stream. It's nice to see people again, so. Although that may also have something to do with the fact that Dwarf Fortress updated. I think it went really well. Silvershe, I think it went really well. Your king and queen had a tragic accident. The liaison still lives in the fort, but the new king just visits and moving in, and you've never had a monarch? Well, they don't live in your fortress now. Shouldn't he just move in? No. The last king died there. Why would you move somewhere where you die? That seems like a dumb idea. No, they don't move in. If they're not a member of the fort already when they inherit it, they won't move in. Okay, just let me see where the rest of them are. There's one guy right there. But yeah, I don't know if that's like an intended behavior or an unintended behavior, but they don't move in if they don't live there. Lava time soon? I'm hoping I can get a couple more in here, but yes, soon. Currently, I am at 17 frames per second, so that really is what the game's giving me currently. Best I can do is 17 FPS. My name's Rick Harrison, and this is my pawn shop. It is, even if I'm currently working overtime for this month. Or how am I? I'm pretty good. You know, it's been a nice summer so far. I got to go on vacation, maybe a little bit too long, just because like I don't know if you've ever been on a vacation that goes on long enough where it starts to like actually kind of negatively impact your work. So I got to go on vacation for maybe a little bit too long, which was lovely, and I do appreciate it. But so that was great. I got to go to Montreal, and then I came back and streaming. I've had some videos do well. I've had some videos do not so well. Some ups, some downs. Learning slowly how to be a homeowner, which is weird because I moved here in February, and I do have some takeaways that I think are kind of fascinating. I bought it's Prime Day week, whatever the fuck, and one of the things that I did, now that it's Prime Day week, whatever the consumerism, blah, I purchased a NAS. So I'm entering, not really home lab, but like, I'm entering that part of nerddom now. You know, I said that 2 years ago, later on. Many times. I was completely convinced of that. Who's pulling that lever? Arx and Dumb. And here goes the lava. Huzzah. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to just talk about the realities of the world later on. Let's move on. I ended stream kind of suddenly and early last time, or yesterday because of that. I don't want to do that again. Let's just move on. Rip frames, I'll come back. It's just going to take a little bit for them to realize that there's nowhere to path to. Uh-oh. Actually, there is somewhere for them to pass to. I'm actually going to need to send my military into that tunnel to go finish off the last of them. But now there's no way out for them. All right, well, this ain't too bad. Where do they pop out? It's up here? Well, gonna have some fun up here, I think. Here come the Marks dwarves. It's not that they don't like, they literally are mechanically incapable of it. That around. So I've got a bunch of wrestlers. And Obok has been appointed to Diplomat of the Obstinate Rampart, which... Does that mean I have a Diplomat now? Is that one of my dwarves, or is that somebody else? No, that's not one of my dwarves. And here... Whoa! Did you just one-shot him? Iron Bolt strikes the beak dog in the head, which destroys the brain. Just one-shot that beak dog. Like, one-shot it. Here comes a goblin who just lost a hand and had to swap over to the other hand, and is now... Both of the hands have stopped functioning, and this other goblin with the spear is coming in, but is now dropped a... is now becoming a pincushion. Mark's dwarves are kind of running into some spacing issues, but where's the rest of the dwarves? Here comes some more, including one with a sword, which is good. They're now trying to run because they've run out of opportunities to reasonably live. And also because the siege is over. So they're now trying to retreat, but it's not going to work. Charging through they go, dashing all the way. Moving the dwarves up a little further. Once they're done ending that goblin. Moving forward. Starting to fire more bolts, and the ranged dwarves pummel them from a distance while the melee dwarves finish them up. And I can now give these dwarves a break. Go get some beer, dwarves. And down in here, I can also turn off this burrow. Because there's now nowhere else for them to go, I don't think. And slowly this will fill up, and then eventually they'll all die. Beers for the squads. Chat, can I get a round of beers for those dwarves who did good dwarven work? Armlock shall be pleased. So I could just let them leave. Well, some of them. Those ones in the side there will never escape. I don't think there is any friendly fire. At least if there is, I haven't seen it. Fire and ice. Zalvi in YouTube chat. I went for a 15-kilometer walk once that started at 1:30 in the morning. So, and finished at about 4. So, I don't know. If you think you have issues, then you have issues. Otherwise, you just like it when it's quiet outside. Yeah, not outside of siege weapons. Siege weapons, well, ballistas specifically have friendly fire. And now I also have a janky, albeit better way of draining this. This will be the slowest process for draining this that I will ever have, though. Ballistas are fucking dangerous to mostly just your dwarves. Like, the last time I used ballistas, I managed to kill an entire Marksworth squad with one ballista bolt. Like, all 10 of them just thump, just cut them all in half. It went right through the side of the battlements and then just like sliced them all in half. It was grim. I would just wait until they remake them. I mean, we talked about that during the interview today. I mean, that's one of the planned features for the next couple months is fully remade Marksdwarf stuff, which means, and Tarn also said they already have art done for it. 10x collateral is pretty insane. Yeah. Actually, that's something I kind of miss about old versions is inanimate objects keeping kill counts, which they still do in Legends, but like it's not surfaced in the current game anywhere. Like minecarts used to say has killed 15 cats or whatever. And that used to go for like ballista arrows as well. So you click on a ballista arrow, it's like killed 11 dwarves. That ballista arrow now has a name. A dwarf skewer, correct. Yeah. You can't name mugs because they're not a constructible furniture item. I can make a statue of mugs, though, Zavi, if you get that redemption. I got it. Platinum statue. 1 of shape. Goblet. It's an image of goblets. Named the Goblet Cup of Brews. Done. Also, speaking of goblets, there was a forum post I saw ages ago which was complaining that baby goblins are not referred to as goblets. And Dwarf Fortress doesn't need any more redundant naming because the game is confusing enough with that already. Since then, in my headcanon, baby goblins are goblets. Like, to me, that's just too fucking funny. We already did it. Why not goblins? I don't know, because goblets are funnier. Baby dragons are drakes. Yeah. I love how many people don't know that, like, a male, like a mallard is a drake. Look at all of this free gear we're getting. A dwarf can kill a goblet with a goblet. Yes. By throwing a goblet at the goblet. This is like the jankiest lava trap I've ever built. Considering like right in the middle of it is a thing that literally released a demon which slowed down the construction of it quite a bit. All right. Well, I can now turn the sucker off. I think that's the one I need to do, yes. How magma traps work? Probably. I mean, you have to just listen to the interview. Just listen to the first 45 minutes of the interview, I guess. We talk about sieges for quite a bit. Maybe, probably, possibly, likely. We're going to have way more varied defenses is the gist I get. Like multiple entry defenses and such. I'll say this. I'm also going to be editing the VOD tonight and uploading it probably at 6 in the morning tomorrow. So tomorrow morning there will be a pretty early upload of just the VOD. I'm not going to premiere it. Traditionally, I tend to premiere things, but I'll just chuck it live. My hair went silver? I mean, my hair's been, like, gray for a while. I mean, especially, like... Hold on. I mean, it's gotten more surface. It's hit the surface more as of late, but, like, my grandma was completely gray by 35, and I'm 31, so, like, you know, we're getting there. I'll be able to do a pretty baller Sephiroth in a couple years. Geralt, is that you? I've had some people say that it looks kind of Witcher-y. But again, needs to be a little more gray, I think. I mean, I remember the first gray hairs I found were when I was 16. How long have I been growing my hair out? The last time I got a haircut was in 2015 because I moved work locations and had to do a job interview. That was the last professional haircut I had. Oh, for fuck's sake. Grumble. Rude, man. Very rude. All right, well, I guess I'll turn this back on. This is admittedly not a bad time to, like, sort out a lot of moods. Well, let's just hope that this drains quickly. I mean, this went from 6 deep to 3 deep, so pretty quickly, probably. You cut them and you're regretting it, so growing them back again? I know somebody who had hair about as long as mine for a long time. And then he cut his hair and realized he had a bald spot. I'm not too worried about that personally because, like, admittedly, literally nobody in my extended family has lost their hair. However, there is, like, a small part of me that's, like, worried enough about it that, like, I think that's going to spook me from cutting my hair for a very long time, if not maybe ever. I'm just gonna make some quivers. Some leather quivers and some crossbows. I don't know why this dwarf is just stuck here, but this dwarf seems to be stuck here. I'm kind of amazed that this dwarf survived. Okay, dwarf. Where is... At least they're not coming in. You thought about growing long hair, but in the middle of it, it looked really bad, so you kept your hair short. Yeah, that's the problem with, like, for me with growing my hair out. The last time I grew my hair out, there was about a year and a half where it just looked fucking awful. Eventually, like, it got long enough that it started to work. Like, my friend Kevin, who I go to concerts with, so we're both metalheads, used to always, like, make fun of me for my hair. He's like, man, fucking cut your hair. It looks terrible. Cut your hair. Like, dude, cut your hair. Your hair looks awful. And then one day, he just kind of stopped, and then I brought it up a couple months later, and he goes, no, it looks good now. It grew in enough. Which I genuinely think is really funny. Let's just jump down to the base level. Just dig out a little more of this. That or... Could also just build roof on this. This could be a good time to build a roof. Really? I guess I'm out of jet. What else do I have? Quite a bit of stuff. Let's do... I'm making rock blocks. Yeah, we're making rock blocks. Really, 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 really need some better gear. You know, they got wood stuff. I really like how the moods have sorted themselves out quite a bit. But man, I'm kind of tempted to just fight these things. It's pretty annoying. That's why I stopped cutting hairs. It saves money. Well, long hair, beard now. It's kind of. I mean, hey. I'll say this. There was one time where me and my ex were out for dinner. Later on, and the waitress walked up behind me and my ex and verbally said, "So what would you ladies like?" And then looked at me in the eyes and went fucking beet red and didn't say anything for the rest of the day to us. And aside from, like, you know, bringing food and whatnot, and just looked embarrassed for the rest of the day. And one of the funniest moments of my life, I'm not gonna lie. So, you know, it happens to everybody, I guess. I took it as a compliment. I don't know. Got a cranky gremlin running around. Which chat named Shrek, of course. So what do you think, chat? Do I fight the zombies or do I wait for the trap to reset? What do we think? ET on trap reset? If the frame rate holds, 10 minutes. Maybe 2 weeks in game. Like, not that long. the thing is, they don't actually have the best gear. Like, they're elvish culture, so they have wooden stuff. Is that short? You say just wait? We really need migrants is the problem. Like, we really need migrants. I think I'm also going to make a big central cave-in thing here. Make another... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to risk it for the biscuit, chat. These dwarves are all fully armed. Let's get them patrolling the top wall. Let's get them back here. And them over here. Unlock these two doors and pull this lever. And then let's also turn the fight sparrow back on. And remove this whole area. All right, chat. Wish us luck. Wish us luck. Here come the shambling dead. Or... I presume here they come. There's 31 humans, 22 elves, and then like 10 experiments. I don't seem super interested. The door did open, right? What if we just charge them? What if we just, you know, charge them? I mean, like, what could go wrong, right? I mean, most of my dwarves have weapons. Some of them don't. Most of them do. Why don't you have a weapon, Dwarf? Oh, you're going to go get yours. Well. You're grabbing your wooden shields? Damn right. Have they moved? They really haven't. All right, well, they're gonna group up for another minute. Can they slip on the ice and die? And die? No. Can they slip? Maybe. That's not really the big concern, though. Kronk, the militia commander, is grabbing his leather gear. Cilantro here is grabbing nothing of value. Let's get a few more of them queued up. What? The forest retreat of Embraced glistened. Half a day's travel to the northeast has been conquered, and now looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. Excuse me? I mean... What? Really? Why? Where is it, though? I don't see it. The squint. Oh, it's this one. The Human Forest Retreat of Embraceglisten. It's of the sensitive confederacies, which is like my allies, not even me. Huh. Well, that's kind of nifty. Neat. The humans took over something and were like, you guys are the biggest economy. Blah. Also, I don't know where this elephant is going, but it's going for a walk. So good luck, Ellie. Fenty. Also don't know where Kronk is going, but Kronk is going down. Something fierce. Ah, okay. I don't even know what Kronk grabbed, but Kronk grabbed something, probably a backpack. All right, I think that's a solid squad of dwarfs. Let's move them up. Up and at 'em. There we is. Taking our sweet times here, aren't we? So chat, what do you guys think is the death count going to be on this? 1, 3, 6, 12? 32? 1. What are we expecting? 7, 4, 5? I think it'll be more than 0. This will also be another pretty good example of Mark's dwarves in the modern era, which sounds like the title of a book in Dwarfort. Mark's dwarves in the modern era. Hallowed be thy dwarf. All right, well, here we go. Some of them more armored than others. Like this one, much more well-armored. I can't click on you. Owl Terror, the Adept Marksdwarf. Seems to be leading the charge at this point. Wasn't books one of the goal? I mean, it kind of is, but goals shift and change. The Marksdwarves patch kind of changed the goal of this fort quite a bit. All right, chat. If you're in the Twitch chat, I need a round of bolts. If you are in the YouTube chat, I don't know, just post beers. Keep it simple. Because this is going to be a toughie. I mean, they are using wood gear, but our bolts shall blot out the moon and the sun. Good luck on that, Ficod. An elf has sprung from ambush. You what? Okay, so there's already a dead human here. This dwarf is in melee range without a weapon for some reason. But I do actually have like a little gang of dwarves that are equipped with gear, which is something. I'm not seeing any martial trance or many martial trances yet. Just one dwarf over here who's entered a martial trance. One dwarf is stunned and bleeding. We've also got a lot of zombies at the back. They do appear to be cleaning things up at a rather decent pace. At the back, we've actually I need to see this in ASCII. Okay, look at that. That's pretty cool. Just all little bolts flying. Choop, 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 choop. They do continue to fight. I feel like most of the dwarves should end up in a martial trance at this point. I'm amazed by how many like mostly unarmed dwarves are in this. Like in the thick of things in this. Cog, the Hammer Lord, is stressed and overexerted and in a martial trance. Okay, yeah, there's gonna be some bodies here. Nobody's died just yet. But these zombies aren't the biggest threat to us so far. We've got a dabbling spear dwarf who's never spear dwarfed before. Okay, our first death is about to happen. Logem. The marks dwarfs are continuing to spray bolts. Makart's attack over here. It's continuing to push through the wall of goblins. Bombwreck, the Deadhook, the dungeon master up there, is about to fall. Lycott, the marks dwarf, has fallen. We've got two dwarves right here. One of them's a marks dwarf, apparently, and then the other one is this axe dwarf, who is not going to live much longer, it looks like. We've got Kronk, who's fighting through these zombies, heroically even. Has killed a number of zombies already. If Kronk survives this, Kronk will be a legend. We've also got the overexerted dwarf back there, who isn't dead yet. Not quite yet. How many zombies have you killed? You're now in a martial trance, which means he won't get any exertion points against him until the martial trance ends. We've lost quite a few dwarves now. Most of my melee dwarves, in fact. Bolts are continuing to fly. We've got the very exerted Kib, who's now about to fall. Kronk, who's very overexerted, but aside from wanting to think abstractly and admire art, he's now exhausted and dying. Rest in peace, good dwarf. Lolar, the marks dwarf, is being pushed back. So 10 dwarves we've lost so far. It seems that most of the marks dwarves are backing up to go get ammunition. I do kind of think maybe the wise thing to do here is to tell them to go station on the top of the wall. See if they actually attack us now. That seems to be the case. Whoop. A haggard, thirsty dwarf, Vokar, comes running in. All on their own. Come on, you can get a martial trance, dwarf. Be an absolute hero. I believe in you. Some bolts are still flying. That's kind of for the best that this dwarf falls, actually. Although, this dwarf I will miss if you die here. I would really like you to turn around here, dwarf. This dwarf is trying to pick up equipment. Trying to pick up bolts. And it does look like they did just that, actually. And then runs away. But it does appear that they're assaulting us a little more properly now. There are still some dwarves that are firing out the last of their bolts. Although they should turn around at a point. Still shooting. What do you have left? 7, 6, 5, 4. You should start backing up, dwarf. Dwarf! Dwarf! What are you doing, dwarf? Run away, dwarf! Runs off to go pick up equipment and starts out walking these zombies. The funny thing is, like, that's exactly what I would do in adventure mode. Like, wait for them to get right into melee range and then just fucking book it. Well, you're pissed off, so if you go die, that's a you being dumb moment. I mean, hey, if they want to... Wow, they took out another one. Got another zombie up there. Most of these are, like, very effectively softened. It is so neat watching them fight now, though. Because they do actually just stay at a safe distance and then just, like, shoot. Like, that thing's dead now. Like, let's see what this dwarf does. I mean, aside from being haggard and thirsty... I mean, you're just gonna go die, aren't you? How many bolts do you have left? Handful. Uh-oh. Well, you waited a little bit too long. Start kiting, dwarf. He's trying to go patrol, but kind of can't, because too obsessed with the fighting. What squad are you in? The Righteous Inks? What if I boot you out of this squad? Like, just get out of here, Dwarf. Still shooting bolts, though. I mean, I respect it, but, like, you should run away. Got another one who lined up. Who also just got a kill, I think. Yeah, killed a zombie human. It's that one. These are, like, so effective, man. Then Dewsum just, like, kites away. Runs off. They're also probably trying to grab bolts, too. There goes Udib, who survived somehow. Okay. Well, they are invading us now. So, hold on. Let me check. What's the status of the basement? It's still draining. I'm just going to close this. And keep them patrolling up here. Because if I actually check this... Yeah, most of them have ammo, and I'm presuming that the ones that don't are in the process of getting it. Some of them are going to bed, like that one. Are... No, okay, I was going to say, or are sleeping on the battlefield. No, they're just in the process of getting more ammo. No, they were shooting back. It's highly likely they're out of ammo. Or because they're zombies, their line of sight might be lower. I don't know. Yeah, no, they're probably all just out of ammo. Yeah, I mean, this one still has 20, but it is very likely that the zombies are just out of ammo. They're just, like, bullet spongy, is how I would describe zombies. Like, they're not dangerous in the, like, we're gonna stab you in the face to death kind of way. They're dangerous in the, we won't die particularly quickly even though you want us to kind of way. Is there an animal up here? They're going in the wrong direction. You know, it doesn't matter how good you are at this game, chat. There's 2 dead dwarves in that tree. Doesn't matter how good you are at this game. No idea how that happened. It's not impossible, Vakruck. It's hard, but it's not impossible. You also still have another dwarf over here. Who's got copper bolts? Who's trying? It's got 6 bolts. 5. Oh, now he's backing up. Now he's in a martial trance. Oh, that's interesting. When they go into a martial trance, they start backing up. All right, dwarf, where are you? Hopefully you're going back to the fort. Because the Marks dwarves up here are all going to need drinks soon. Well, they are heading towards the fort. Yeah, no, I've seen brains destroyed. Your dwarves went from novice to legendary doing that and still did not kill the zombie? Because I saw a zombie get hit in the head by a legendary Marks dwarf with a bone bolt, and it killed him. So, I mean, I presume they were legendary, it was elite. I think that means that they have like a high enough collection of skills to be considered legendary or whatever, but... But it's one of those things where, like, there are certain situations where, like, dwarves can't kill a zombie whale if it loses too much of itself. Which sounds weird, but I swear makes some sense. Okay, So not all of them have bolts still, but a lot of them do. As far as why they don't have bolts, that's a good question. Because there is bolts right there. This dwarf is going to go pick up something. Do you have bolts? Yes, you do. Now you don't. I don't know where you're going, but you're going for something. This dwarf is just dodging. Come on, Irvish. You really got to get that backpack or whatever the hell it is that you're going for. Man, this zombie's had a rough week. He's just dodging through all of them. That's funny. Okay. Shouts to this dwarf who just decided to go to bed. It's a vibe. The shots begin once again. Okay, so they should be able... Just keep pummeling them. Thankfully, I do have some cage traps down in there, so... I mean, we got one. Yeah, we got plenty. Should be good. There goes 2 down. Another one went down. The experiment went down. This is also great training for us. Yeah, I mean, that's something that I would like in the future. Necrontyr, like, you know how, or not Necrontyr, Vakrak, you know how, like, in adventure mode you can, like, select your combat preference, whether or not you back off, dodge, or whatnot, or entirely manual? It'd be cool to see more player controllable or scriptable combat behaviors. That'd be cool. Bolts are still flying. A little worried about ammo consumption here. Are you just, Arcloid's just stumbling around obliviously down here? I'm presuming we're pretty much out of ammo. I don't know. Let's just send them all down here. Well, there's one. Copper bolt strikes it in the head, bruising it. Eventually it'll destroy it. That's 2 down. Got a handful left. I think this may be Arcloid's time to perish. Did 4K? Welcome back. Or maybe not. He ran away. It's been a pretty tense little fight, not gonna lie. Do need dwarves to equip stuff so that my squads work. Come on, dwarves. I don't know why they keep dodging away. Oop. Well, you don't have any weapon equipped right now. This dwarf is just the one that I assigned. Is just punching them. Managed to kill one by punching it. this is not going to end well for you. Can I send in the rest of these squads, please? Can we, like, go help that dwarf out? Like, maybe? Maybe? Maybe. You know, like... Or are we just going to keep running away? Is that what we're going to do now? We're just going to keep running away? We're just going to keep running away. Okay. Is that dwarf dead yet? They don't look dead, but they're also not really doing great. They're in a martial trance and fighting. Now they're overexerted. There's the dwarf with the mace. Can we get you in there to go help, please? Go help your recently appointed militia commander and go get some free kills on all of these pincushions. I mean zombies. You fight through or you jump past the first one. He's not dead yet, so I guess there's that. I guess that's kind of impressive in its own way. And this should be pretty much it. It's just the last one, probably? How many zombies are left? 1. Well, all right, dwarves. You've got one job. Kill the zombie. It's very important. It doesn't appear to have much left. It cannot stand, so it's crawling. It's all gone. Most of it is gone. Its nose is quite long and lobed and narrow, and its ears are tall. But the rest of it is gone, more or less. Skin, fat, muscle. So you could probably kick it, and it would, like, crumple. And out come pouring the dwarveses. And hopefully... we can recover. It's crawling along. It's like wriggling mass of something. Whatever it's got left. I don't know. A wriggling mass of nose. It knows where it's going, though, so there is that. And there's a bumblebee. Come on, dwarves. I'm kind of glad we fought this. This was a very funny fight. I'm not gonna lie. Uh-oh. It's back there, dwarf. Dwarf. It's back here. Oh, well, there we go. And now it's dead. All right, well, are we ready for the moods to get terrible again? We got wounded to recover. We got dwarves dead. Got messes to clean. Bodies to please. Tasks to complete. And 15 dead. Although I think the moods have actually improved, Bone Doll. Yeah, I mean... And also, by the time it's time to do something like that siege again, I will have... Do they not carry drinks? By the time we're ready to do a siege like that again, maybe I just... Oh, I see what it is. I just need more flasks. My trap will be ready. Let's just do 40 water skins, maybe? Those are leggings. No, certainly. I mean, like, at the beginning of today, we had, like, 50, maybe not 50, maybe, like, about 40 dwarves down in this area. I think a lot of that is to do with a lot of them have just died. Like, a lot of the really upset dwarves have just died, which maybe isn't great, but at the same time, like, what are you really gonna fucking do, right? Read Errors in Mellow Woman. Uh-huh. Sounds like a book. I have a short to rep in the interview. Oh, really? You like are doing a job interview and you're using a YouTube short for it? Like one of the ones you made for me? Or am I confusing something? Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant like you were doing a job interview. I was like, I thought you were employed. What? Right. Did you link it to me? I guess I'll have to look at it. Oh, I don't even need to look at it and I know what song you're asking about. I know exactly which question that was. I don't even have to look at it. And I know which question. Yeah, you're right. Necrontier. Literally just like look at the thumbnail for it on the secret Discord server that we have, and it's me asking about Creed. Tisk. I don't know if I should be disappointed in you or myself, so. Dwarves being found dead. Lots of dwarves picking up equipment. Okay, so I'm going to go here for a second, and I'm going to go... It's this one, right? Interesting. Okay. So I can't request people from that. I can only rate it. Interesting. Well, that's where people are going to go if I'm not impressed with them. I'm also going to go here, and I'm going to grab this before I forget. Once that fills this up, I just need to make sure it's not going to go somewhere it's not supposed to. It's going to stop there. Yes. Then we'll have wells again. And I'm just going to do this with all of these squads. And I'm going to set them all to off-duty. Oh man, got a harrowed dwarf. You don't see that very often. It's how you truly know that things are fucked. Hi, Fraga. How are you? How'd the Q&A go? Pretty good, Ryder. Pretty good. I have a lot of editing to do tonight now. Possibility for a harrowed crafting mood? Yeah, I wonder. I mean, you're probably the most upset dwarf in the four, right? Glad you're not, too. I mean, that would be fun. I've got nothing against having dark, strange moods. Those can be fun sometimes, especially in the right situation. We've got several Harrowed Dwarves, actually, although you're a visitor who I just expelled, so. No, I know. Like, it's what causes the fell moods to happen. They need to be harrowed to go into a fell mood, which is fun. Looking forward to it. Kind of hoping it happens. The frame rate is extremely bad right now. It's very rare that I actually see dwarves that are harrowed, unless I am, like, kind of intentionally neglect their moods, which quite literally I have been. So, you know. How's the gremlin doing? Hopefully better than most of the dwarves. Is attending a meeting in a weird spot, or wants to attend a meeting. Who's trying to conduct a meeting? Nobody's trying to conduct a meeting. Queenie's busy. Although Queenie wants a scepter, so not great. Somebody please make a scepter. Yeah, game's running really slowly. That's just because there's a lot of tasks that need to be done. Can gremlins marry? Sure, if you have 2 gremlins. It's one of those things that's, like, theoretically possible. I've never seen it, though. So, like, 100%, I believe that it could happen. I've never seen it. Not once. Yes. Human outsiders can, in fact, start with legends, or with gremlins. This is true. I'm just going to pause a whole bunch of tasks. And we'll keep orderlies going, because that's kind of important. And we're just going to haul for a bit, more or less. I'm also going to go into here, and I'm going to pause a bunch of things that aren't, like, mission critical. Basically most things. Like, I don't really need to be weaving all of this thread into cloth right now. I do, however, need to be getting a lot of stuff dealt with in the cleaning department. Means right now it's just a lot of pickup equipment and stuff away. We don't have any donkeys, I don't think, so we're not hauling ass, but we are hauling stuff. I don't have any visitor dwarves. I don't permit any visitors, Ryder, so I can't give you a visitor. I mean, I could give you like one of the random nobles that visits occasionally, but they would just die to the next siege, so you don't really want that. So what's your next choice, Ryder? I literally do not permit visitors in my fortress. Any dwarf? Okay. Happiest dwarf that isn't named. Rydern is in the help of constructs, which is one of my Marksdwarf squads. He forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment, is very trusting and has a greedy streak, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He has a sense of duty, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He's conflicted by this since he generally is confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He isn't given to flights of fancy, generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tends to be a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about much anymore. He dreams of raising a family and believes that war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Word! And values nature, values a harmonious existence, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Like sandstone and brass, as well as 2x8 and plum wood, windows, yaks for their shaggy hair, and the sound of the tressed lilac when possible prefers to consume persimmon wine and hemp seeds, and absolutely hates slugs. You've got several friends in the fort, and 1, 2, 3 of them are dead, because I think Yvesh is dead too. These ones are alive, though. Remember the Bronze Sect, former member of the Weaponsmiths Guild, the Metalsmiths Guild, and the Craftsdwarfs Guild, and the Weavers Guild. And you're currently a militia dwarf. Welcome to Fort. Good-hearted dwarf. Yeah, honestly. A dwarf with a soul. I'm gonna throw Arcloid into the Scholars and see if you have a chance at life. A lot of astronomers, though. Let's keep 2 of these squads on no orders, and the rest of them can just be whatever. Phantom is the super pissed off dwarf, though. Well, we'll see what they're able to gear up on. At least closer than usual, or like more accurate-ish. That was a fun fight. I'm glad we went through with that fight. Even though, like, you know, definitely lost a bunch of dwarves because of it. That was an entertaining one. Whoa! Letteran! Thanks for the money.
Letteran cheered. X 1000.
Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the $10 from Letteran? Appreciate you, friend. First notification of money in a while, actually. The last one was an hour ago, and that was a Prime sub, and then 2 hours ago before that. Some gifts. So thank you. I don't like having visitors in my fort because then I just have to go out of my way to like if thieves of your artifacts weren't so friggin' common, I would absolutely have like that. I don't find building things to hide stuff from thieves to be particularly fun. If it was less of a pain, then I'd be more for it, but it's just such a, I don't know, weird setup currently. I actually like the performers. It's not the performers that bug me generally. It's quite literally just the... It's quite literally just... the thieves that steal your stuff. Exactly. Like, you know... that if there was a bit more of a way to defend against it, it's just it's the one of the more half-baked mechanics that bugs me. That and like, you know, people talk about, yay, you know, Marksdwarves are better now, which is great. It's great. But where creatures can still migrate to your fort, which isn't supposed to happen. That's also a bug. So I don't know. There's enough like fortress ending things that can happen having a public tavern or allowing visitors that aren't really intended, that it just kind of removes a lot of the fun from the game for me. Yeah, I mean, hey, if you enjoy doing that, be my guest, Ryder. And I don't really have any desire to do that. At least, not right now. I don't know. Because they'll still steal your stuff, even if it's outside of your fort. You know? You have to guard every single artifact in your fort now. And it's like, I don't know. Just not willing to do it. I've tried before. Maybe I'm just lazy. I don't know. Maybe I just lazy. Certainly possible I'm just lazy. So many dwarves just going to sleep. This is like the worst the frame rate's been in a while. I'm just going to do a real quick series of FPS fixes. Huh. Let's see if I can improve the FPS a little bit. Let's also do a spot clean. Because I've been running at like 22 frames a second, which is a bit tough. What's the actual command for spot clean? See if that helps. Not really. Stable temps. Yeah, that gave me 10 FPS. What's a good minimum age? I think it highly depends on the maturity of the individual. I mean, I curse sometimes, right? And I talk about politics sometimes, so I'm not going to be the judge of that. I personally, like, if you were to ask on Twitch's end, I don't technically allow people under the age of 18 to watch my stream. Highly depends on how old they, or the sort of stuff they normally watch. I don't know if they're 6, maybe don't. Send them to my YouTube videos. Those are much more family friendly. Otherwise, I don't know. But I don't know. At the same time, I'm probably cleaner than most people playing Roblox, so I don't know. I don't have kids. I don't think I have the right to say what a kid should and shouldn't be watching. Duh. I mean, I would describe my cousin as a friend when he was a small child. Like, I don't know. I've got family members who I would describe like that. Normally, I'm the, like, younger friend. And they want to go bowling. Thankfully, none of my cousins really want to go bowling. Yeah, well, I mean, I think these days I'm probably a lot more kid-friendly. It's more just how, like, can they handle occasional cursing and occasional politics? If no, then send them to my YouTube videos. Cool18 doesn't stream Dwarf Fort that much, though, does he? Or at least I haven't seen him stream Dwarf Fort in a while. I think he's, like, pretty rimworldy these days. I tend to get along better with boomers than I do with young people. Later on. Paradox and Civ, yeah. Pretty standard cool stuff. Yeah, I don't know. If you've got somebody who you're like concerned about like the content that I make, like honestly, just show them the stuff that I make for into the YouTube videos, because that stuff's pretty family friendly, I think. At least in comparison to some of the other stuff I do. Like, I mean, hell, I censor out swear words sometimes for the sake of comedy. That is a very specific number. Later on. I don't really have any friends, generally. Like, to give you an idea on, like, the state of my social life, usually it's I'm friends with whoever the bartender I see most frequently is currently. And that's about it. I'm not really much of a friends kind of person, which sucks. And it's kind of just the reality of my life. I mean, it's kind of self-inflicted in a way. I mean, being transparent here, usually when I meet people my age, the topic of work comes up, and the second people figure out what I do for a living, conversation becomes insufferable to me, because they just want to know everything about what I do for a living and also want me to promote their Instagram account, and I want them to go away immediately. So, you know. I got you? Sure. Yeah, but you have family, Letterin. I just, whenever people say they're like, yeah, I'm pretty isolated, it's like, yeah, but if you have family, then like that, sorry, it doesn't count. But anyway, this isn't a contest. Let's not get into a spitting fight. I mean, that's the one thing I miss about actually having a normal people job. Suited Giraffe? That odd random stranger who drops by in Vancouver? Well, I mean, I don't live in Vancouver anymore. Who's the odd random stranger that pops by in Vancouver? If you mean like my old neighbor, Tony? Tony was never really a friend. Tony was a guy that... Tony was nice for a bit, and then... Tony smokes too much weed. I'll explain Tony like that. Tony smokes too much weed. It's kind of a shame. He'd be a better person if he smoked way less weed. But he smokes too much weed. This dwarf has no pants. Dwarf, you should go get pants. Holy shit, that's a lot of tomb tasks. Yeah, you said your husband, though. Do you live with your husband? Because that's living with family. Like I said, I don't want this to turn into a spitting match. Like, I frequently go 5+ days, sometimes 10+ days without speaking with another person. So, you know, let's not get into a spitting match here. Currently between shows, so you're hoping to catch more? I mean, you saw Devo, right? Was the last one? Oh, no, it's fine. It's something I'm kind of used to. Live alone for... Jesus, how many years has it been? 7 years? And you'll know what I mean? And also work from home for the entirety of that time. The pandemic didn't help much. Don't be. It's fine. Like I said, it's mostly self-inflicted at this point. Like, the easiest way to kind of, like, explain it is my ex took all of the friends in the breakup. And then a pandemic happened. And now I'm an adult who works a lot from home and doesn't ever see people. So, it's better than it was. Still not great, though. Jesus, that's a lot of bodies. Good God, dwarves. These are all put item in tomb tasks. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to everything clothing related. How is Severance? I want Apple to give me a full refund after the end of that second season. Actually, after most of the second season. That first season was great. That second season was kind of mid. I kind of fucking hated it, actually. Like, not even in like a, oh, that's a funny cliffhanger kind of way. Like, I just think that season was bad. Like, that first season had a really interesting through line, and my favorite character was the office building. The second season, there was like 3 episodes that didn't even enter the office building. It's kind of like there's bits of it that were interesting, but like it's kind of like, in a horror movie when they show the monster too early. It's kind of how I feel about season 2 of Severance, where like the thing that made that show interesting was the weird ass office that they're in. And they spent way too much time not in the weird-ass office in season 2. And like, that one character on the train at that one point when the thing happens is cool, right? And like, the whole season with the one person in the really deep down floor stuck in a loop is cool. Like, there were elements of it that I liked, but that first season was like a 10 out of 10. That second season had like 2 episodes that are fantastic, and the rest of it was just kind of not great. Like, I don't know, it was like exposition where exposition didn't need to be there, that like didn't really add much to it for me. It was my biggest issue. We've got an artifact starting. It's a weaponsmith. And they grab platinum bars. Please make me a hammer, Dwarf. I mean, sure. It's one of those things where like, is it inspired? Could it be inspired by Stanley Parable? Possibly. Is it like capital I inspired by the Stanley Parable? I don't think so. There's certainly elements of it that are evocative and similar too, but I don't know. Everything's... It's a puzzle box show about a weird building, right? Fucking tanked it, and you're glad that you're done with that? Well, I mean, I've never watched Gilmore Girls, so couldn't tell you. Pretty outside of my realm of knowledge, but... Okay, let's just go into here. Start reassigning things. Let's just get only selected doing this. Now all the tasks should spin up and running again. I mean, I think my favorite rebound for a show was probably The Expanse. We just subtract the funny British guy. I mean, The Expanse, okay, the Expanse. It's like it's a dystopian thriller about a weird office building for people that sever the their personality between them at work and them at home. It's a really interesting psychological idea. And then the second season kind of throws half of those concepts out the window because of events that happen at the end of season 1. So like it kind of makes some sense, but like if I was directing that show, not even close to how I would do it. But, you know, I'm also not directing that show. I still think it's really well shot. I think it's really well acted. I think there's chunks of that show that is awesome. But like, we're up to 45 frames a second now, which is great. But like, yeah, I don't know. There's just elements of that show that just make me kind of mad. Just started reading The Expanse. It's incredible. I believe it. I've been told that some of the characters are very different in The Expanse, the book, versus the show. I've only seen the show. They put all their eggs in the basket early. Like, I have a question. Has anybody seen the show? This is going to be a blast from the past, but there's a logic to it. Has anybody here seen the show Prison Break? Have you seen the show Prison Break, chat? Because Prison Break has a shtick. Yeah? And that shtick is, yo, these dudes are in prison and they're gonna try and break out. And the show's really fun. Until they break out of prison, which happens at the end of season 1. And like, the end of that first season is fucking dope. And it's all downhill from there because then they're trying to break back into prison. Is season 2. Which just, it stops making sense really quickly and then it becomes like a global conspiracy. Like, there's a couple reveals in that first... Sorry, I'm spoiling a bunch of shit from Prison Break. Don't watch Prison Break. It's not a great show. But, like, there's a sequence in Prison Break where it's just like, what's up with this dude? Why is he gone to prison for a crime he clearly didn't commit? Why did he plead guilty when he clearly didn't commit the crime? Like, we saw on TV that, like, he clearly didn't commit the crime, and then you find out that he's got the map of the whole prison tattooed to his back, and it's like, oh my God. Like, there's just some kind of neat shit in that show. Like, it had ideas. And then they got a second season. They're like, oh shit. And the rest of the show just like feels like they're writing it from one episode to the next after that. It's like, it just like they came up with a really cool like idea for 24 episodes because that's how long that first season is. And then it just falls apart after that. I mean, I could have said Lost was a blast from the past. We're at 40 frames a second, chat. This is fantastic. Feels good. And this is also the best moods have been in a very long time. It's also the least dwarves I've had since basically the start of the fort, so hopefully we can recover the population. Yeah. But, you know. Was strung out way too goddamn long. I think you just described every single anime I've ever seen. Well, I think we should actually make some progress on this. I do have some like historical fondness for Lost. I don't think Lost was a great show, especially towards the end. Lost absolutely fell apart in a lot of ways. It didn't stick the landing like a Breaking Bad did. Lost is also another one of those shows that I keep expecting to come back. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have this, but like I feel like I'm going crazy whenever I remind myself that, oh yeah, they've brought Dexter back. What the fuck? Like, why? Every time I see that, I think I'm going kind of crazy. Lost 2, found. Lost, found, you mean. 2 lost, 2 found. There we go. We've done it, chat. Lost was good until they got off the island. Well, like I was saying, Severance is good until they get out of the office. And until you see too much of outside of the office. And, I mean, Dexter was good and... Well, Dexter had good seasons and bad seasons all the way up until the end, I guess. Lost, Tokyo Edition. I mean, I feel like I would get lost in Tokyo. I've never seen Westworld. I don't disagree with that, Sheepherder. I think that last season of The Expanse was kind of rough. I don't agree that it was dog shit. I really liked the weird... I don't want to spoil anything in Lost. Not Lost. I don't want to spoil anything in The Expanse, but I really liked that stuff. I thought it was fun. I think those the first 2 seasons, the writing in them was maybe the strongest, and the last season the writing was a little bad, but that's almost, in my opinion, more due to the fact of the state of the planet. A lot of TV shows and stuff were rough because, like, you know, we're in a pandemic. So, and you could only film with one person in a room, and they were figuring out how to do that. But I don't know. I there wasn't really a part of The Expanse that I didn't like. So. I also really like the progression of the characters in The Expanse. Like, there's some really... This is a show I like, so I'm not going to spoil anything. But there is some characters that disappear early on that then come back in my opinion, really fucking cool ways. So. It fell apart for you after the first season. I kind of want to watch Silo because I still have Apple TV. For a chunk of time, so I don't know. I might watch Silo. I've heard mixed things about that second season of Silo, but it is kind of on my maybe list. Maybe. Okay, what do you need? Oh, you are still strange mooding stuff. Wow, okay. Where the hell are you going? I've not seen Chernobyl, no. There are 2 shows that are only a handful of episodes that I've really wanted to see, and that's because I've never had a streaming platform that's had them. It's Chernobyl, which... Is that on Apple TV? I don't think it is. And Devs. Like, Devs is only available if you purchase it in Canada, and I don't really feel like borrowing it from the Swedish Public Library. Is it HBO? Yeah, fuck that. I'm never going to give Max money. Fuck that! I tried to watch Dark. I can't do a dub for a show like that, and I don't have the brain capacity to... Like, if I'm watching TV, I don't want to fucking read... Unless it's something like The Raid, where, like, the dialogue is optional. If it's, like, dialogue critical and there's multiple people arguing at the same time in the first episode, sorry, I'm never going to watch your show. I don't see well enough to read subtitles like that. Also, yeah, there's the... Well, it's a Belter accent, not a Gaelic accent, but the Belters are... That's what I mean by I fucking love the character progression in The Expanse. They do a lot of, like, even in the seasons that are a little weaker, overarching plot-wise, there is things from every season that I like. There is either a character relationship or a side plot or something that they're doing. Like the planet, like the episode, the whole season on the planet, I think is a little weak, but it ends really fucking strong. And there's a couple of side plots in that season that I love. So, yeah, Devs is the one from the Ex Machina director, correct? Have I seen The Foundation? No, I have not. I don't even know what that is, Ryder. I don't know. And they also do such a good, like, I mean, this is also just from the book, right? But they do such a good job of, like, replicating the weird cultures of that show. Of that world, I guess is maybe the better word to use. Yeah, Devs is like 8 episodes or something, and there's zero fucking way I'm gonna spend like $40 on a TV show that I can only watch through like Apple TV, which I have to pay it. Like, fuck that. You never liked Marcos? That's fair. I tend to agree with you. I think that's the weakest part of the later seasons, is that dude. But let me just, I'm not going to say who does this or how it happens. But even in that season, there are sequences and chunks that I like. You know, the spaceship strapped with bombs and the person who jumps out of an airlock without a spacesuit and survives. Shit like that. Like, even when the writing got weak, and I think that the writing got, well, not the writing got weak, the acting got weak. And I think the acting got weak because they were all in individual rooms on green screens because they were filming that in early 2020. Like, I maybe I give it like too much leeway, but even the seasons that had story arcs that I didn't like as much, I think stand on their own because of the things in between those bits. But yeah, no, that last season's the weakest by a lot. I mean, they also have to kill off a character because, like, he was apparently harassing people on set, which is like, what? Which just sucks, by all accounts. Yeah, it's good that they got rid of him, but it sucks for the continuity of the show because, like, they just had an actor that they had to kill kind of off screen and everybody's like, nah, because it was like while they were, like, after they were done shooting was when they booted him from the show. So yeah, it's just a really unsatisfying ending to a character arc, unfortunately, because he literally got fired. So. Like, he blows up in a ship. Like, he's dead, but... That's why you wanted to read the book to see what... Hey, I'm trying to not spoil things, Fraga. Sheesh. Don't spoil The Expanse. Don't spoil The Expanse! It's against the rules. I'll keep deleting your messages. I have a mouse, and I know how to click the button. It's all good. It's like, I have a mouse, and I know how to use it. I'll hit you with the rat if I have to. Well, the bad news is the frame rate is back down to 26. The good news is it went up to 40 for a bit. And I'm kind of hoping that it'll continue to improve. I'm going to forbid this for a wee bit, though. So that they stop hauling as many of the logs. And so that we can get rid of these various bodies around the place. Chat room! I've been streaming for 5 hours, it's 5:05. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 3 minutes. We had an interview with Tarn earlier today, which means I have to go edit that. It's like I'm a trained Navy SEAL and I have a rifle that shoots ban bullets, and I will bop you the second you spoil TV show I like. But no, seriously, chat. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in today. Thanks to those of you who stuck around from the interview. It means a lot. I don't even know if I hit the daily minimum today. I haven't looked. Did I? Shit. But thanks to the 135 of you still watching on the YouTube side of things and 145 of you still on Twitch. We are going to need to start a new fort soon because people have started to make it clear with their tuning out that they don't find this fort super interesting. So I would like to finish this fort in the next week because if I don't, then I probably never will. So we've got a lot of digging to do. We'll have to work on that tomorrow. However, that being said, thank you everybody for tuning in today. If you missed the interview, Tarn's the blabble with me will be on the YouTube channel tomorrow. I will prune it up and edit it a wee bit, put questions on the screen and such, and make it all nice and watchable. And then tomorrow we'll stream again. We'll continue plucking away at this damn fort. God damn it. YouTube chat, if you'd like to raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, you know where to find me tomorrow. Thanks for watching, friends. Take care of yourselves. See you on the flip. Alrighty, Twitch folks. We did hit the daily minimum. Barely. But we hit it. What are we knowing about?